Good morning. Are we good to go? Great. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for joining us for the 2023 State of the District and Region Conference. Focus of this year's conference is doing business under fiscal distress, supporting the district's businesses during the city's economic transition. I'm Tanya Vidal Kinlow, Board of Directors Chair of the DC Chamber of Commerce. And for the past almost 10 years, I've served as the Vice President of Community Engagement, Advocacy, and Government Affairs at Children's National Hospital. Today, you will hear from prominent business representatives and leaders, health directors, higher education administrators, workforce development leaders, and regional and local elected officials. In addition, we have incorporated a fireside chat conversation on a very important issue for all of us, public safety. Following the 3 years of the pandemic, we recognize that the effects of will be long lasting. The focus of today's conference is how our local business community has recovered and adapted to the new normal together. We will discuss trends, strategies, solutions, and policies impacting our region's education, health, workforce, and economic development. I encourage you all to engage, question, and contribute to these very important topics, as each of you plays an instrumental role in shaping our business community's future. Now, at this time, it is my pleasure to welcome Larry DeRita, Greater Washington, D.C. Market President of Bank of America. Larry DeRita is a longtime D.C. resident and joined Bank of America after more than 25 years of public service. Mr. DeRita, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much to the DC Chamber, Angela and Tanya, and all of your teammates for putting a great program on today. I'm Larry DeRita, President of Bank of America for the Greater Washington, DC market. And we're very pleased to be a partner here for today's terrific event. I've actually got leaders from our businesses around the region in today to talk about the very topics that we're going to be talking about at the conference today. Small business and workforce development is a high priority for our company, for our clients and our team, to try and help continue the economic recovery coming out of the pandemic a couple of years ago. We were very involved helping support small businesses through the pandemic. Our 150 financial centers were open through the pandemic, serving small businesses and other customers, and the recovery continues, and we're very happy to be part of driving that through the local economy. The health equity discussion that's going to take place today is an important one. That's a priority for our company as well. We're working very closely with the American Diabetes Association, American Medical Association, American Cancer Foundation, and other groups and employers here in the local market, including the terrific folks at the Children's National Hospital, where Tanya does such great work, to help drive the outcomes that we're all looking for across our city and across the region in health. And on the small business front, again, we're very pleased to be working very closely with the Small Business Administration, and I want to commend the Associate Administrator, Mark Madrid, for being part of the program today. So I wish you all the very best for a terrific program. My 2,500 teammates here in the DMV and I are very privileged to be able to help support it and bring it to you today. And I want to turn it over now to a man who needs no introduction, the Chairman of the DC Council, Chairman Phil Mendelson. Thank you, sir, for being here today, and over to you.
can we be doing to work with Congress? I hate to say it, but Congress right now, or at least the House, is in a sort of a meddlesome interference mode. What can we be doing to get Congress to be working with us more constructively? For instance, what can Congress be doing to push to get the federal workforce back downtown? Metro is a challenge, as I think you all know. And there, again, we need the business community. You know, the district government has always been supportive of Metro, WMATA, bus and rail. We see how important it is. But this is a compact with Maryland and Virginia, and they're not always as quick to come forward supporting WMATA. And there again, the business community can make a difference. I think, for example, Richmond, which has always had a love-hate relationship with its northern half. And to the extent that Richmond sees that this is important to the business community, or I'll put that differently, to the extent that the business community says to Richmond, this is important to the region, the more likely we will be successful getting Richmond to step up with helping with WMATA and its fiscal cliff next year. Even on the issue of public safety, which I think is critical. It's got to be part of the strategy to revitalize downtown. We need to be working with the business community on strategies. They can't all be police, and I don't mean by that the defund stuff. I don't mean that at all. What I mean is that if we can't hire enough police officers, and this is a national problem, not a DC problem, then are there some strategies that we can look at that would supplement the police? And here again, I think where the business community has ideas, we absolutely have got to listen. In that regard, I'll say quickly, the council had a hearing the other day on the mayor's nomination for a new chief of police. And even though the newspaper headline was a long hearing, it actually was positive. I think the council is going to confirm her. I don't have a date, but I think it'll be fairly soon. So my last point, and I'll leave it with this, is that I have said for years that the business community has got to be involved politically. I know this is not a political event, but I will just say the business community's got to be involved politically. I think one of the speakers this morning is a colleague of mine, Kenyon McDuffie. He wouldn't be here if the business community hadn't gotten involved last year. So I would like to see more of that and encourage more of that. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for being here and participating, and thank you, Chamber.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chairman Mendelson and Tanya, for your participation, and all of you for joining us this morning. I have now the honor of introducing our morning speaker, Mark Madrid. Mark is the Associate Administrator for the Office of Entrepreneurial Development at the U.S. Small Business Administration. Mark reports directly to the SBA Administrator, Isabela Casillas Guzman, a member of President Biden's cabinet. As a presidential appointee and a head official of the SBA, Mark leads a unit that supports hundreds of thousands of small businesses annually and oversees a primary educational and technical resource arm of the agency. Collaborators include the Network of Small Business Development Centers, Women's Business Centers, SCORE, Regional Innovation Clusters, and the Office of Entrepreneurship Education, which houses the Thrive Initiative, Ascent Women's Business Online Program, and SBA's Online Learning Center. Additionally, he supports the Agency Office of Native American Affairs and leads the American Rescue Plan, $100 million Community Navigator pilot program. Previously, Mark served as CEO of the Stanford Latino Entrepreneurship Initiative and President and CEO of the Greater Austin Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Prior to serving in nonprofit executive roles, he enjoyed a corporate executive banking career that began on Wall Street in 1995 with JP Morgan. Mark was the 2020 recipient of the Latino Leaders Maestro Award in the category of Leadership for his lifetime accomplishments as a distinguished influencer. And most recently, he was honored with the Courage in Government Award by the National Business Inclusion Consortium. Additionally, he's a distinguished honoree with the Women Economic Forum. Mark is a Jefferson Award recipient and an honorary colonel of the U.S. Army, illustrating his dedication to volunteer service and veterans. He's a member of the board of directors for the McCoy College of Business Foundation at Texas State University. He's an honors graduate from both the University of Texas at Austin and the University of Notre Dame, where he earned his master's. He dedicates his service for America's small businesses to his father, a small business owner who passed away from COVID in 2020. Please help me in welcoming my friend, colleague, and really an advocate for the small business community, Mark Madrid. Mark, thank you so much for joining us. I know your insights are going to be incredibly valuable for our business community in Washington, D.C., and I cannot be any happier and honored that you're joining us this morning.
Thank you, Angela, for your warm introduction and for having me here at such a critical event, the State of the District and Region. And DC Chamber of Commerce and board and staff, Tanya, thank you for your tremendous leadership. Angela, you are a true standout, my dear friend, through and through. Battle-tested, composed, and a nationally and globally distinguished leader, not only through words, but most importantly, through action. I'm energized to be here today to help kick off the 2023 State of the District and Region Conference. And most importantly, thank you to our resilient small businesses joining us today. And I'm energized to see some of the wonderful panels lined up for you on inspiring topics for everyone. Everyone here, everyone at the SBA, like the state of business recovery and the state of education and workforce development panels later this morning. We are proud to see all of the incredible work being done in and around Washington, D.C., here to support our local community and our small businesses, who in turn help uplift our neighbors and communities and our economy. At the SBA, we are always looking for opportunities to support our small business owners and help them thrive even amidst difficult circumstances, including the long-term recovery resilience that some of us face in terms of supporting small businesses with 5 or less employees, our solo entrepreneurs that are the me and myself and I's of the world. I hope that in addition to celebrating the current state and economic recovery here in the district, I can also share some of the actions we're taking at the SBA to support your efforts and the local community in their entrepreneurial journeys. Every policy decision by the SBA is made with one idea in mind. How will this policy improve equity amongst all American small business owners? In other words, how do we ensure every American has the same opportunities to thrive and build their businesses? On day one, President Biden signed an executive order centering equity and support for underserved and underestimated communities through the federal government, allowing agencies like the SBA to intentionally think about, through our programs, resources, and services, how we not only improve access to these things, but also eradicate barriers. Also, we are investing in all U.S. small businesses, including right here in the district, thanks to President Biden's Investment in America agenda, with which over $220 billion in federal funding has already been announced for infrastructure projects across the country. That includes $156 billion in federal investments to fund transportation projects, roads, bridges, and roadway safety, and over $24 billion for better access to clean water. Important items here at the district and in this region. And as the voice of 33.5 million small businesses, our SBA administrator, Isabella Casillas Guzman, has crisscrossed this country and our own community here to hear more about the micro and macroeconomic issues directly impacting communities and share how the SBA, as she says, is meeting entrepreneurs where they are, everywhere they are. The Biden-Harris administration has had historic success in helping small, disadvantaged businesses establish and get off the ground, and we are committed to ensuring the continued success of our policies and these businesses. SBA is doing more, but we have a lot of work to do. It's recommending changes to the government's approach to encourage and score 24 federal agencies on how they bundle federal contracts. Over the last 5 years, this system, called category management, has favored major corporations and made far too many contracts out of reach for small businesses. So the SBA, under Administrator's charge and actually her leadership on the ground and her experience, has released disaggregated data across industries and sectors by race and ethnicity for the first time, which will require federal agencies to track and report how they're bringing in new contractors, developing their diversification strategies, and opening doors for more firms. For the second consecutive year, small disadvantaged business spending exceeded its 11% goal. But that's not good enough, 11%. Would you agree? This noteworthy achievement, although we have a long way to go, reflects President Biden's and Administrator Guzman's unwavering commitment to meeting an ambitious SDB contracting goal. But there's more work to be done. For example, less than 2% of procurement dollars overall go to Black and Latino small businesses. We need more procurement dollars going to this valuable segment and more going to you. SBA, under the leadership of Administrator Guzman, has taken historic steps to bridge notable gaps, including democratizing capital. For the first time in 40 years, SBA is increasing the number of licenses for non-depository lenders that make government-guaranteed loans and SBA's flagship loan program. This action will expand competition among lenders and provide more borrowing options for the capital that is so critical to small business growth. And SBA is modernizing the lending criteria and conditions for SBA's business loan programs and reducing red tape for SBA lenders, which will expand the number of creditworthy businesses and owners who can access an affordable loan. And I just want to commend our district office here in the DC area, led by Larry Webb and his remarkable team. What I want to tell you and communicate to you as I close is that it is the highest honor imaginable serving our resilient U.S. small business owners across the United States, Puerto Rico, and our U.S. territories, and right here in the district and the region. There is so much concern for our small businesses. I don't know how they do it. But walking into this office every day, I'm obligated and energized, and Angela knows this, and we have a lot of work to do. Small businesses are thinking about high, interest rate environment. They're thinking about supply chain vulnerabilities, maybe digitizing, cybersecurity. Where do I fit in AI? How am I gonna, it used to be about hiring and retaining employees. Now it's about the long-term workforce development, which we're gonna hear about today. All that being said, you've come to the right place. The DC Chamber is acting and helping to consolidate and mobilize these resources. So I hope you hear it in my heart that all things are possible for you and to thrive as a small business, even though it might be challenging for you right now. We want to be in a position to support you and to provide no-cost resources for you. That is our job. That is our obligation. And with that said, thank you for this wonderful invitation, and God bless you all.
Morning.
Morning.
Yeah, Angela.
Go ahead, Mario.
So someone will introduce me, and then I'll do the panel intro. That's how this will work.
You're live, Mario.
Hmm?
You're live.
Oh. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mario Acosta Velez, Vice President of Local Engagement and Corporate Social Responsibility at Verizon. It is an honor to join many business and community leaders at today's State of the District and Region Conference. Congratulations to the DC Chamber of Commerce for your continued success advocating for the business community in the district and for convening this great event this morning. Today, I am pleased to introduce the State of the Business Recovery and Economic Development for Washington, D.C. panel discussion. Washington, D.C.'s comeback is centered around successful businesses, opportunity-rich neighborhoods, and thriving people. Washington, D.C. strives to be the destination of choice for innovators, job creators, and visitors. As we look ahead, our region's business activity may not look and feel the same as it did 4 years ago, but we remain optimistic. A new era of business activity in D.C. is upon us. This panel will explore the state of the business recovery and economic development for Washington, D.C. The panelists for today's discussion include Deputy Mayor Keith Anderson. Keith Anderson is interim Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. Deputy Mayor Anderson previously served as a director of the DC Department of General Services, a government agency with a mission to build, maintain, and sustain the District of Columbia's real estate portfolio, which includes more than 157 million square feet of land and 35.7 million square feet of state-of-the-art facilities. We also have Honorable Kenya McDuffie, Chair of Committee on Business and Economic Development, an experienced attorney, civil rights advocate, and community leader dedicated to improving the lives of district residents. Kenya McDuffie was first elected in the 2012 special election to represent Ward 5 on the Council of the District of Columbia. In 2022, district residents in all 8 wards elected him to serve as council at large. As Economic Development Committee Chairman, McDuffie works to ensure that the district's economy continues to grow and that small and local businesses have a fair chance to take part in the district's economic growth. We also have today Yasim Sheikh, Executive Director of the DC Policy Center. As the founding Executive Director of the DC Policy Center and with over 20 years of public policy experience in the District of Columbia, Dr. Sheikh is recognized by policymakers, advocates, and the media as a source of reliable, balanced analysis on the district's economic and demography. Yasim's research interests include economic and fiscal policy, urban economic development, housing, and education. Today, we also have Garen Price, President and CEO, Downtown DC Business Improvement Districts. Garen Price brings to the Downtown DC BID more than 15 years of experience directing and supporting large-scale youth, workforce, and education programs and initiatives in the government and nonprofit sector. He joined the BID as Director of Public Space Operations in 2018. Previously, he served as Senior Associate for National Community Strategies at the NEAKC Foundation. And we also have as a panelist, our leader, Angela Franco, President and CEO of the DC Chamber of Commerce. Her commitment to support and advocate for Chamber's members demonstrate passion and vision to grow the organization. Franco joined the DC Chamber of Commerce during civic unrest and global pandemic and continues to move the organization forward. And as moderator today, we have Alex Orfinger, who is Market President and Publisher of the Washington Business Journal. Alex also served as Executive Vice President for American City Business Journals, which operates 44 local business journals throughout the United States. It has been an honor to introduce this amazing panel this morning, and now I will turn it over to Alex to moderate the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario, and thank you for that kind introduction. I always look forward to moderating this panel each year. It's packed with fantastic information and fantastic panelists. We're in a treacherous time as the city and the region sort of emerges from this pandemic, and we've certainly got a lot to talk about today. I'm going to spend a little bit of time asking questions to the panel, and then we'll open the floor to questions from our audience, time permitting, of course. So just feel free to drop any question you might have into the chat. I want to spend some time up front with a quick round robin of 3 questions that are on everyone's mind right now. We want to focus eventually on economic development and business recovery, but we've got to tackle these 3 questions. So my first question is about the federal government shutdown. How will this stunt impact the attempts to revive downtown, both in the short term and in the longer term? Yaşam, I'm going to turn to you first.
Thank you. In some ways, the district has been experiencing a federal government shutdown since March 9, 2020. In the past, when we experienced a shutdown, it had tremendous impacts on the city because we were hosting about 200,000 federal workers downtown. Since the beginning of the pandemic, that number has dwindled. We will still see negative impacts, but it's not going to be as bad as it has been in the past.
Councilman McDuffie?
I appreciate Yasam's insights, but I tell you, it's the last thing we need is a government shutdown. We know how the impact of the pandemic and federal workforce working remotely has impacted the city. So it's really the last thing we need. We need the full faith and credit of the federal government to keep working, and to keep contributing to our local economy. Even though it won't be as severe, or people are saying it won't be as severe as the last one, I think it's really important that we not have to realize that impact to the city's finances as a result of a government shutdown, especially a prolonged government shutdown. So.
Yeah, tell me a little bit more about that. How does that affect the city's budget in the long term?
Well, it's not that it's affecting the city's budget in the long term. I mean, I think the last partial shutdown cost the city about $50 million in revenue. All right, and so we're going to keep working. Our essential workers are going to keep working. The police is going to keep policing, and so we'll continue to provide certain functions. But the cost to the city as a result of the government shutdown is just not something that we need, frankly, when we're still trying to make sure that we have a comeback as a result of the pandemic and the decisions made at the federal level around whether or not to work in person, to work remotely, and how quickly people are coming back to downtown.
Thank you. We're going to dig into that a little bit later as well. Thank you. How about Deputy Mayor? Anything you want to add to that around the federal government?
Absolutely. I just want to let folks know that even though the federal government may shut down, DC government will remain open. So folks can count on their trash being picked up and government services to continue. However, when the government shuts down, that means, and the District of Columbia shares a lot of land with the federal government, our museums, our parks, and things of that nature. Millions of people come to the city every year to enjoy those spaces, and those will be closed, which will have an economic impact for the city. But the city itself will continue to run.
Yeah. Angela, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, in addition to what everybody says, I'm always thinking about a small business community, and it can affect the government contractors in some ways, especially if they have any business with the federal government. So that's something that we need to keep in mind as well.
Okay, let's get to question number 2 here. We recently reported that, and this topic is about crime. The Business Journal recently reported that our local real estate executive, Gary Rappaport, said that he's more concerned today about crime than he is about the issues about return to office. First of all, do you agree with that statement that crime is a more important issue to deal with than the overall issue of return to office? Or do you disagree? Deputy Mayor, would you want to tackle that first, please?
I think it's twofold. Crime is an issue. No way to sugarcoat that, unfortunately. But when you have more vibrancy downtown, the incidence for crime lessens. Crime is something that we speak to our businesses about every day. We're working very hard to ensure that businesses stay open, feel comfortable operating, and we're addressing some of those needs. But people returning to work means more vibrancy, more people on the street, which reduces the instances of crime. There are two issues that we have to work on simultaneously.
Councilman?
Sure, Alex. I think the two are inextricably linked. And I think it's important for us to recognize that our future economic growth and vitality is linked, just really to our ability to address crime and violence in the District of Columbia. I appreciate the mayor's focus. At the council, Councilmember Brooke Pinto had a hearing on the chief of police this week, and we need to get her confirmed. But the two are inextricably linked. When you talk about wanting to have people come back to downtown to work in their offices, you have to ask the question, what kind of experience are they going to get? And if all they're seeing in the headlines are the negative things about violence, then that narrative impacts our ability to attract people, both the folks who work here, the folks who want to live here, and the folks who want to play here, the tourists and others. And so I think the elected officials in the District of Columbia get that, and we are focused like a laser on trying to address crime and violence in the District of Columbia, because we do want workers back downtown. We want to give them an experience that they feel safe when they get here. And we think that is something that is happening already, but it really isn't making its way through the headlines right now. And so we have to step up both our activity, but also just the policies around crime and violence to ensure that people feel safe in the District of Columbia, both folks who live here and the folks who we want to be here as workers.
Angela, do you have anything you want to add from the business side?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that has been said. I just hear much more, and very often this concern is something that is brought up in every meeting, in every committee. So we just have to be very mindful, understanding that this is one of the main topics and considerations that businesses are having.
And Yesham.
Crime takes a tremendous toll on business activity and human lives and basically cities' vibrancy. In some ways, this is one area where the federal government's actions matter in some ways, excuse me, more than the shutdown. As you know, the district's criminal justice system is split between district's own agencies, which is the police department and the corrections department, and the federal government. Prosecution is done by the federal government. The courts are under the federal government. So this is one area just to solve this particular problem. The city has to work very closely with the federal government, which has proven to be difficult in the past.
Great, thank you.
Alex, if I could just really quickly, I think it's important for elected officials in positions like mine to also be mindful of the policies that we're putting in place and things that are maybe in the queue. We have one thing I wanted to raise is, I was recently talking to a bunch of restaurants owners and operators, and they were deeply concerned about the policy that is going to require them to accept cash beginning on October 1st. Now, that's a bill that we introduced and got passed some time ago. It's only now going into effect, and they are really in fear for their workers that they're going to have to accept cash. I understand the reasons why the city put that policy in place, but given where we are today, we have to ask whether or not it's something we should do on October 1st or something perhaps we should push out a little further while we address some of the concerns that the business community has and people who have to manage that cash when we see all the retail theft and some of the other crimes that are happening in the city right now.
Is it possible to defer that? Today is October. Today's almost October 1st, right?
Yeah, no, it is, but I wanted to put it out there because I think it's gonna be something that my colleagues and I have to confront, whether or not we have to pass a law, whether or not we have to, do something where the executive is mindful about what enforcement actually looks like as it ramps up. I think there are a number of things that might be done in terms of the concerns that are being raised. We have folks who are literally, some businesses locking their doors during business hours in the day because they are fearful of robberies that they've experienced. And so we don't want to necessarily really put that type of narrative out there as if it is dominating what's happening downtown, because it's not. But it is a deep concern of some of our small businesses, and we have to respond to those concerns. We have to pivot as a government the same way that we ask businesses to pivot to be able to respond and come back from the pandemic.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to let our audience know that we've lost Jaron Price for a few minutes because his fire alarm went off in his office. So I'm sure he'll come back as soon as he can. We just want to make sure he stays safe. I'm going to save my third question for a little bit later on about current events because I want to dive into the report, which is I really encourage our audience to take a closer look at, which is packed with very good information. Yeshim, I want to start first with you to talk a little bit about the census trends of people. The mayor has set forth a very ambitious goal to bring more residents back to the city in the next few years as part of her comeback policy. Can you give us a little sense of what the census numbers look like right now? What are you seeing, and what does it mean for the city and the economic vitality of the city? And Jaron, welcome back. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. The impact, one of the biggest impacts of the COVID pandemic has been an exodus of population from large, high-cost metro areas, especially employment centers in such metro areas. Unfortunately, the district did not escape that as well. Since 2019, we have lost about 5% of our population. And the group that has really driven population growth in DC in the past, which are folks moving from elsewhere in the country into the district, this was a very positive force on district's population growth. We have now begun experiencing a net loss of domestic migration. And this has implications for the city's future in terms of our income tax base, our ability to attract residents, obviously, and also the future growth, because if you're losing families to suburbs or other parts in the country, we're going to be losing babies, school population, and so forth. So we've actually started seeing a little bit of those trends. One thing that has worked in the district's advantage, even though we've been losing population, we've also been losing tax filers. Our income taxes have not really shown an indication of this. Between 2019 and 2021, $3.1 billion of income left the city throughout migration. But the incomes of those residents who've stayed in the city grown even faster. So we still have the ability to retain higher earning residents, and that's a good thing. But that ability has somewhat weakened compared to our past.
Yeah. So I want, Deputy Mayor, I want to just ask you then, how do we turn around this trajectory of losing residents in the city? The mayor obviously has a game plan, but these numbers over the last 2 years have been fairly dramatic. Yeshim, I think you said 5% we've lost.
Right, and as you know, and Andrew, you mentioned the comeback plan, and that focuses on, especially downtown, filling the space, changing the space, bringing the people. And so, with the comeback plan, which is now we're executing. It's not a plan. It's no longer a plan. We're in execution mode. Some of the goals of that plan are to bring 15,000 new residents downtown to create that vibrancy that we need in our downtown corridor that I liken to some other neighborhoods in the District of Columbia, like NOMA, which has a 1-to-1 ratio of employees and residents. And so with the comeback plan, the housing and downtown plan, we're bringing 15,000 new residents. We're relaxing TOPA requirements to attract investment. And we'll also have a tax abatement that we're very proud to be able to put out in 2024. We're going to promulgate regulations to get a community input on that. And so the other important piece to downtown and bringing our residents back is also attracting businesses, because when we attract business, they hire district residents and create good jobs so that people can stay here in the city. And so we have several tools in our toolbox to attract business as well. With things of the vitality, with grants that will attract businesses like the Vitality Fund, which is a $10 million incentive program to help companies relocate and expand here in DC. Also, we have something called the Commercial Acquisition Property Fund, which will give businesses up to 25% of their down payment to purchase property here in the city. So we have several tools in our toolbox to, one, increase the amount of housing in our downtown corridor, as well as affordable housing, but more importantly, or as important, to attract business, which will create jobs for residents here in the city.
Jaron, I want to turn to you a little bit. You know, as the CEO of the downtown bid, you're going to play an important role in attracting some of these new residents downtown. Is that what the deputy mayor says? Is that enough tools in the toolbox for you, or what else do you need to make this a reality, to get more people to live downtown?
Yeah, Alex, it's such a great question. You know, it's really a couple of things that go into that. One, you have to make sure that we are changing some of the underutilized spaces so that they can accommodate residents. So that's where thinking about office to residential conversion in a strategic way makes a lot of sense. It was really remarkable seeing how the mayor and the council came together to make sure that the housing and downtown tax abatements were approved last year, and really encouraging how there was really just a level of thoughtfulness and consideration to how do you ensure that the regulations are appropriate to actually make conditions work. Now, granted, the market is moving in the way the market's moving, so that's not the answer to everything. We know every building's not going to be eligible to convert and all of that good stuff, but it's obviously, it also ties to work. And I know there's some thinking about how remote work has changed the way jobs connect to where people live. But I think we have to just really think deeply. What is it about DC that makes people want to be here? And how do we double down on those kinds of investments?
So, Jaron, we've written a few stories about one of the dearth of supermarkets downtown. And maybe you want to break some news today and tell us about the supermarkets that you're trying to attract into the downtown core.
Yeah, I don't know if we're ready to break any news here today, but I see what you did there, Alex. But very, very soon we'll be ready to do that. But you know, this has been something that has been on the radar for quite some time. But really making sure that we have rich amenities in downtown that make it a livable community. And so that's a goal that we're going to continue to double down on and make sure that we are able to meet the needs of future residents and the current residents who are here.
I don't mean to put you on the hot seat, but I'm going to just do it one more time. There's been a lot of talk about this, you know, the conversions to apartments for some of the aging office space. There seems to be a lot more talk than actual action. What's getting in the way of doing more of these conversions? Do you have enough tool? Do we have, and this is really a question for the entire panel, do we have enough tools in the toolbox to make that happen, make it a reality, or is it just going to be something we talk about? You may want to break news here too and tell us about one that we don't know about.
I do think we have some important tools in the toolbox, which is the relaxed TOPA. See, Andrew, the goal here is to attract investment to the city. And so with relaxing TOPA, with the tax abatement, I think that will attract investment to the city, and developers will be more keen on repurposing or reimagining some of these buildings. And we do have a couple conversions that are already underway. I can think of at least two downtown that are already afoot. So I think we do have the right tools in the toolbox, and I look forward to seeing it actually happen.
Thank you. Angela, I think you want to add to this conversation.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I always think that there's a lot of challenges, you know, in terms of conversions, you know, people not going back to work. I always look at DC still as a place where everybody wants to be, because it brings so much to the table, having the federal government here, having the multilateral organizations in downtown, we have all embassies, we have over 1,000 nonprofits. So there's still a lot of richness to the district, and it's more about us having the conversations we're having in terms of what additional amenities we can have. And in the conversations we had is involving all our communities and being inclusive of everybody that is here in the district. I think that this problem of downtown recovery is something that is affecting a lot of the large cities across the country. And I see that in the conversations we had with the CEOs of chambers of commerce across the country. And the district has a lot of advantages on top of other cities. That is that international flair and, you know, having the federal government and so many other things. And that's something that sometimes we as a city need to look more and look at all the greatnesses that the city has, not undermining that it can be challenging or we really need to think this through and work together to make it happen.
Okay, thank you.
Alex, if I could,
Councilman McDuffie, please.
just briefly to build on what Angela was just saying and the others, you know, if you think about it, the greater Washington area boasts more than a $540 billion regional economy, right? I mean, that's more than the economies of 38 states. And so the reality though, there's only one DC, right? I'm all for regional cooperation, and I think there needs to be more of that when it comes to economic development. We do a good job of that in transportation and environmental policy, not so much when it comes to economic development. But there's only one DC. We have to be the anchor of our region and not the hole in the donut. And so when we think about the tools that we're using, the Office to Residential Conversions is a tool, right? And we need to promote that tool. But we also need to keep building the tools in our toolbox, right? The toolbox should be growing. And the tools that we're using should be growing as well to make sure that we are attracting top employers to the District of Columbia and frankly, just competing at a higher level. So I appreciate the cooperation that's been happening between the council and the mayor and the business community and workers to do some of the things that we've done more recently, some of the tools that we put into our toolkit. But, you know, sky's the limit when it comes to our downtown, right? We are the nation's capital. We have what other parts of our region don't, which is a flight to quality, because, you know, when you go outside the country, all the international things that Angela was just talking about, people don't know Fairfax County. They don't know, you know, Arlington. They don't know Montgomery County. They know Washington, D.C. And so we've got to really leverage that, not rest on our laurels, but leverage that to do more in terms of attracting businesses to the District of Columbia.
Councilman, I'm going to push back on that just a little bit. You know, I'm the biggest fan for the city and for the region. I'm a cheerleader for business, but there's also been the change here of having fewer workers, both federal workers and commercial workers downtown, more than 3 days a week, has really caused a potential flight of businesses out of the district to closer where people are living.
Sure.
And, you know, is that going to, again, Yesham, do you have data that's showing, any of the change in where people are actually living and where they're working and how that's going to play out for us over the next couple of years?
Could I just really quickly before Yesham adds the data, because I know that's going to be great information, but when I mean flight to quality, I mean, just last night, I was, saw the chairman and a bunch of others at Forest Theater to watch something. I think the name of the play is Something's Moving. It's a meditation on Maynard Jackson, right? It was great. It was a great play. It was lively downtown on 10th Street. We have tourism, hospitality, we have restaurants, we have world-class theater, we have museums, we have the mall, we have the monuments. We have the stuff that everybody wants. Now, sure, the remote work is going to take some people closer to where they live, but they're not going to be working 24 hours a day. They're still going to want to do a lot of other things outside of work. And we are the place where people can come to live, work, play, and study. And that's what I mean.
But that's going to be a very different city than what we're accustomed to in 2019. And it's going to have financial implications.
Agreed.
Yep.
I agree with that, Alex. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. So Yesham, tell us about what that's going to look like and help us sort of tease out what the future looks like, both, as go ahead.
The district has always been very strong in attracting professional and business service workers. But what has happened with the pandemic is, even though when you look at information from the Bureau of Labor Statistics that shows this many workers work in the District of Columbia, those numbers are reported by the place of employment and not actually where work takes place. We have researched this at the DC Policy Center to find that a lot of the office-based occupations, workers are increasingly working from home. So while they are reported as employees and as DC, their job activity is taking place elsewhere in the region. And it's not just elsewhere in the inner counties, most of that job activity has shifted to outer counties. So we've seen this great exodus in jobs that are remotely workable, but we've also seen that the local service economy follows people. So you'll find restaurants, dry cleaners, art and entertainment venues closer to where people live. So even though the district's hospitality, leisure, and art and entertainment sector is very vibrant, as Councilmember MacDuff noted, we've also seen some of that shift outside of the District of Columbia. On business migration, though, it's really important to remember that the district has always been a net exporter of businesses. This hasn't really weakened our entrepreneurial spirit or the number of establishments in the district. So the district is kind of like the great incubator. We're very good at creating new businesses, attracting young businesses, but as they age, they tend to move out of the city. And this is not a pandemic-induced impact. This has always been the case.
Angela, do you want to address any of what Yeshim was just saying, particularly about the sort of the business incubation role that the city and the chamber play?
Yes, so Jessim and I talk about this all the time, because we especially looked, and every time there's some new legislation that comes out, we look at how that's going to impact the creation of companies, or the growth of companies, or some of the incentives that we can put in place so that they can stay here longer. I think the district, because of its location and having the federal government here, having a lot of the international presence, a lot of people tend to start here and then grow small. A lot of the corporations have a presence in the district, and that brings opportunities, procurement opportunities, opportunities with the federal government. And, international companies that want to open here, they look at the district because it's where their home, the embassy is, and is the natural place to start. And that this is a conversation that we had across the board with a lot of the embassies. So there's a trend. I think that we have to do a better job in making sure they stay. Like, for example, the incentive that we had for technology companies that was removed. What had happened is that technology companies have moved out of the city. A lot of the government contractors, the federal government is here, but they move out to Virginia, and it's something that we really need to look and see how we keep them here. In addition, there's a lot of resources for small businesses, and that's very, very helpful when a company is starting, and there's a lot of those resources here in the district. So I just think, I agree with Jessim that we have to start creating incentives for companies to stay here, especially when they're growing, and they're growing into procurement with the federal government and with the and with corporations as well.
Yeah, help our audience
understand.
I'm sorry?
Now, I want to help our audience understand, Angela, Yeshim, or anyone on the panel, why a small growing technology company, for instance, decides to leave the city. They're workers here. I imagine that they're attracting young, highly skilled workers who are living in the city. Why do they decide to leave the city?
Well, Andrew, I think that trend is starting to turn around. Just recently, we cut the ribbon with Virtru, which is a DC-based cybersecurity firm that is now expanding here in the District of Columbia. And we use one of our tools in the toolbox, the Vitality Fund, to help them expand their business to, they started in a row house, I believe, on Florida Avenue, and now have a 17,000 square foot facility in downtown DC. and they're now bringing 190 jobs to the District of Columbia. So we have to continue to be intentional about helping our businesses here in the city and using the tools that we have to ensure that they not only stay here in the District of Columbia, but expand. So we also have another company, Quadrant Strategies, that is up to receive the Vitality Fund, again, helping them expand to a 33,000 square foot facility. So I think we're starting to see that the district is not only helping to incubate these technology companies, but we're helping them to expand and stay here in the District of Columbia, and more importantly, create jobs.
Councilman McDuffie, do you have anything you want to add as the head of the Committee on Economic Development?
I say ditto. I love to hear our deputy mayor talk about companies that have started here, that have expanded here, and how he has some of the tools that he needs to do that. We want to see more of that, right? And so what we need to be able to do as a city is recognize what works, but also understanding what are we solving for, right? Like in the District of Columbia, we are the nation's capital, but what are we solving for? We know we've talked about crime, that it's an issue, but why would a company want to come here? There are a host of reasons, I think, that a company would want to start here and grow here, but we need to make sure that that is part of the narrative that we're promoting, that we're taking the show on the road. I saw somewhere where it's like a South Korean company or a company I think moved to Fairfax County or something like that, right? I had a neighbor who's a teacher in Virginia stop me just yesterday as I was going to an event and say, hey, no, actually it was a couple of days ago. He was at a quantum technology event in Virginia that I think Connected DC had put on, and he told me, and this is a guy who we speak every now and again when I see him walking his dog, but he thought enough to stop me because he knows I'm the council member, to say there was nobody from DC there. Well, we want to make sure that people from DC are there, so we're telling our story. We're telling our story internationally. We're attracting companies to the District of Columbia who are hiring people who live here because we have one of the most educated workforce of any place in the country. We just need to keep on pushing really the things that are our strengths. And I think Keith is doing a good job when he's talking about those types of companies that are already located here, that are expanding here, that want to stay here, as opposed to some of the things that we've heard more recently that some of these tech companies are leaving. We know that QHTC did benefit some companies. I don't think we did a good enough job explaining the benefits to the District of Columbia as a whole. And I think that's something we have to do a better job of, and making sure that the incentives exist, that our Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, that our DC Chamber of Commerce, that our downtown DC bid needs to do their jobs most effectively, because when they win, we all win. Workers win as well.
Thank you.
Alex, one of the reasons,
Yeah, sure.
one of the reasons that young companies might choose to leave DC is if they go public. There's significant benefits to going public in a lower tax environment, and they can simply do so by crossing the river and going into Arlington. That's a real monetary motivation, and that we hear quite often from companies.
Is there anything else, though, Angela, in terms of the regulatory environment or other environment that is causing some, it's a while before a company is going to go public. So they decide to do that as they're about to go public. But I believe you pointed to some exodus of some not as good an environment in the district. And there's some specific steps that you're recommending. Yesham, Angela, do you want to point to any of that? Angela?
Yeah, in terms of legislation?
Yes.
That we wanted that, well, one of the things, I cannot think on anything specific right now, but what I'm gonna say is that it's very difficult to keep up with regulations in the district sometimes. And, I think we need to, every time I feel like we are educating our members in something else. So if it is the cash law, or the restaurant association, or any additional tax or fee that is coming up, or any changes. And sometimes it's very difficult to keep businesses informed of a lot of the changes. And it's something that we have been very vocal about. We have talked to the council members about it. So I just think we need to, when we look at the business community long-term, we have to decide together what kind of business community do we want to have? What kind of businesses do we want to bring? And what environment do we want to create together and really work on that legislation together? We've been, as part of our report, we were very, as part of our advocacy, we want to have clarity in what's the approach we want to take as a business community all together, so that we can make decisions that is gonna guide the conversation in a clear north and in a clear path. And then I think that we will, be able to, bring additional companies, have more companies like the deputy mayor was sharing about, and really help them grow here in the district. We have a lot of the resources to make that happen.
Thank you. So, Yeshim, you titled this year's report, Doing Business Under Fiscal Distress. So I wanted to dive in a little bit to the fiscal condition of the city. I feel like this is I feel like I ask this question a lot, whether we're going to the same rodeo that we went to in 1997 with the control board. You cite in the report some rather dramatic projections of commercial valuations, which will then result in lower tax revenue to the city, and some stresses on the city's finances going forward. Can you first share with us what the picture looks like for commercial valuations for starters, and then we'll deal with the fiscal implications later.
Yeah, and the commercial property has always been district's workhorse. There are about 670 large office buildings in DC that account for less than 1% of all the property we tax, about a quarter of the value and 40% of tax revenue. And these are the types of buildings that are increasingly under distress. In terms of commercial office valuations, honestly, we just don't have a very good idea of how much commercial office buildings are worth these days. That's because we have not seen any sales. There have been a few distress sales and transfers back to the banks, and just a handful of them in the last year, which show that assessed value declines of over 50%. For example, one building recently that was returned to the bank was assessed at $140 million, but has been recorded at $37 million. So that's
more than 50%.
That's more than 50%. That's a very scary picture. I think every 10% decline in the commercial values lead to about $100 million loss in tax revenue. I don't want to make predictions as to where we will end up, because we just don't have the data. But I believe that beginning October, we'll see more of these transactions as the city cuts its de-recordation taxes by half. But I think that's the single most important threat that the city is facing to its revenues right now.
Sharon, if I can talk to you a little bit about the downtown, are you seeing any investors coming in to purchase distressed office buildings, or are they still standing on the sidelines, sitting on the sidelines?
Yeah, Alex, that's something we're monitoring really closely. Right now, we haven't observed any major activity, but there are certainly folks who are interested. And I think folks are watching to see when those rates fall low enough, right? And so there's a lot of eyes on what happens and what types of trends will take place. I did just want to say, and this speaks a little bit to some of what we were talking about just now, folks are really thinking about what is going to be the value proposition of some of these commercial office buildings. And as we're thinking about, what are we seeing in terms of office tenants? The downtown story is interesting in that we're not necessarily leading office tenants to the other parts of the region. It's really within DC that we're seeing movement. And again, it speaks to that flight to quality problem. And so I think there's still some question about what is the real true value of some of these buildings, and will we see, some other uses in some of these spaces that could make them more valuable? I want to mention just a bright spot in what we're seeing with Johns Hopkins University, which took over the museum space. If you have not seen that building, it is remarkably done. And it's truly amazing to see, 1,500 students who are being served. It's brought a level of vibrancy and just excitement to a part of the city that was very sleepy for quite some time. And so it's There's still some power there, and I think that there still could be some potential value that might keep us from completely hitting that rock bottom. But it's something we got to pay attention to and watch closely.
So I think it's a great example, the Johns Hopkins project. We talked a little bit about the conversion issues, but the conversion issues aren't going to solve the problem. There's a lot of space here. So what else are the minds on this call thinking about, which for potential uses of some of these older buildings?
Well, I will say, and please, other folks on the panel, feel free to add here. We've been really encouraged to be a part of the Mayor's Downtown Action Plan process, and so in partnership with the Golden Triangle bid and the Federal City Council, we've been spending the better part of the last few months really convening opportunities for various stakeholders to come together and share ideas, asking just that question: one, what is the future of downtown, and how can we make that happen through specific targeted investments, but really reimagining some of the vacant commercial spaces and what that could mean and what it could look like. And some of the more promising things that have come forth is looking at focusing in around universities and what the power of bringing more students along the full educational continuum, really K through 12, all the way up to continuing education and graduate school programs, really thinking about how we create vibrant centers where we really lean into DC's value as being a center for education and discourse and free thought. And so that's been really promising. It could be something that has a direct impact on real estate, right? So we're talking about not just building centers for learning, but with that, you might need housing, you might need other amenities that help to make university district more prosperous. So there's some encouraging signs there that there could be some future uses in the ed space.
I think Darren is absolutely spot on with the universities. They have been I think a lot of folks don't realize that there are 22 universities within the District of Columbia proper and growing. And to Jaren's point, the Johns Hopkins space is absolutely amazing. As a matter of fact, the mayor held her cabinet meeting there last Wednesday. And before that opened, over the summer, the University of Southern California opened up a beautiful space just in the DuPont Circle area. So we're starting to see that universities want to be here. They want to be in Washington, D.C. for all the reasons that Councilman McDuffie mentioned earlier, the seat of the federal government, arts, entertainment, and all the rest of it. So we're, the education sector, I think, is one area that is growing, and we'll be able to fill the space, change the space, and bring the people downtown pursuant to the action plan.
Thank you. Councilman McDuffie, other than education and some of this conversion, do you have any other visions that you want to share about how to reuse some of our office space?
I really am leaving that to the folks who are the experts who work in this space. What I want them to do is tell me what the ideas are so we can figure out how to facilitate that activity. Yeah. We don't want to thwart any economic activity that would otherwise happen with these bold, new, innovative ideas. And so, no, I mean, what I'm doing is making sure that people understand that they have an ally in this office, in the Wilson building, to make sure that we are facilitating the type of economic activity that the cities need to see that growth. We want to attract more schools. I know we talk about Hopkins. I believe USC has a larger presence now in the District of Columbia. What more are we doing to make the case that universities who want to be able to communicate with the federal government, they want to go after those research dollars, they want to have a larger footprint in the District of Columbia, needs to do that now. And here's what it looks like when they do it. And so I think, Keith just gave some numbers in terms of how many universities have a presence here in the District of Columbia. We know that the Atlantic 10 just moved their headquarters here to the District of Columbia. I love talking about sports because I know what it did for me in my life and my life's trajectory. We need to keep those assets that we have here, like Monumental, like Nats. We need to make sure we're facilitating $6 billion corporations that may want to locate here in the District of Columbia. And so, I think there are a lot of things that we can do to keep making the case that the nation's capital is the place to be if you want to do business.
So, Yeshua, I'm just going to get back to the title, which said, doing business under fiscal distress. So when you talked about the commercial valuations dropping, You also said, that the tax revenue will also drop, and that's going to, as federal aid drops, it's going to cause some stress on the city budget. So the numbers you have in the report are fairly dramatic. Do you want to just share with our audience a little bit about what that looks like? And then I want to turn to the panel and ask them what their recommendations are for action on that.
Thank you, Alex. This is something that's on our minds at the DC Policy Center. The pandemic had a tremendous impact on the district's economy and its tax base and its revenue structure. But to some extent, the city did not have to deal with that because we had a tremendous amount of fiscal aid coming from the federal government. All in all, the city received over $16 billion of federal fiscal aid, including direct supports to households, for example, in the form of child tax credit or increased unemployment benefits, direct supports to businesses in the form of paycheck protection programs and other types of aids. And the district itself received over nearly $5 billion of federal fiscal aid, and the schools on top of it received about $1 billion. So all of these things has helped the city not only preserve existing programs, but also grow and add. And those were important. Some of those programs were, for example, grants to the businesses that Councilmember McDuffie worked on and with the Deputy Mayor for Economic Development. Over 100 million, tremendous support. So, but by the end of this fiscal year in 2024, all these fiscal supports are coming to an end. At the same time, the city will be facing a weakened revenue picture, as we discussed, and then we'll have to solve the $750 million metro deficit problem. So all of these things are happening at the same time, which means this city, which is a city that's accustomed to plan for growth, will have to plan for something that's not growth, and that's going to be tremendously difficult.
Councilmember McDuffie, do you want to talk a little bit about what you're seeing in terms of the fiscal picture for the city?
Well, I mean, we've got a revenue estimate that's going to be hitting soon, and I think Yasim has already described some of the things that we're going to see in that estimate. I think the fiscal picture is sobering, frankly, which is why it's so important for us to be able to focus on things that are going to help our city's growth, focus on things that are going to bring jobs to the District of Columbia, focus on things that's going to enhance the vibrancy of our downtown, really amplifying the things that are assets that are working. We know that tourism, hospitality, our restaurant scene are doing really solid in terms of our fiscal picture. I do get a little concerned about peeling back some of the layers though on that forecast in terms of what we're seeing in hospitality, tourism, restaurants. When I talk to the restaurant owners and operators, I hear concerns about inflation. I hear concerns about the cost. I hear concerns about things that are making it more expensive to do business in the District of Columbia, and frankly are lessening the margins that were already razor thin in some cases. And so we have to make sure that as we think about the overall financial picture, that we are really doing the things that keep businesses that are already here, give them a reason to stay, while we're also working feverishly to try to attract new businesses, because ultimately those revenues are going to drive our ability to keep that social safety net in place for the folks who are still struggling in our current economy. I'll also say, when we look at the overall economic picture, we see numbers like 5% unemployment. We have to recognize that we're still double-digit unemployment in places like Ward 8, right? So we're talking about the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund, which was mentioned earlier. I started that fund a few years ago, really to hone in on some of the Black, Hispanic entrepreneurs who are renting their properties and trying to create ways for them to increase their assets, to be able to buy their commercial properties. It's a really popular program, right? And they're doing that in places like Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue. We have to sell that story. We have to make sure people understand what's happening over there, embrace the workers that are there who need the skills to be able to compete in this current economy. I think we're doing some of that. We have what's the name of the training center that's going to be over at Spingarn soon, that is really working with our utilities and others, the Infrastructure Academy.
DC Infrastructure
The
Academy.
Infrastructure Academy is what I'm talking about. That is really popular and is connecting with people across the District of Columbia, east of the river, bringing them to help them get the skills that they need to get quality jobs with career paths. And we need to make sure we're telling that story and embracing them so that they see themselves reflected in our current economy as well.
Yeah. Do you think the council, your colleagues on the council, would countenance any spending cuts in order to resolve some of these fiscal issues coming up?
I don't want to get out ahead of the forecast that we're going to get soon from the CFO. I don't know that we're there yet, but we should always be reviewing, our programs and our policies to make sure that we're getting the return on our investment. And then where a program isn't working, you should be thinking about whether it needs to continue to exist. We need to be driving programs that are driving our revenues in the right direction. And I think that's the bottom line. And so my colleagues, I think, are mindful of where we are as a local economy, and that, we got to do perhaps a little bit more belt tightening. I don't want to get out ahead of any one of my colleagues in terms of what their ideas might be to strengthen our economy, but we have to make sure that that we are talking to our business community as we're thinking about what policies are going to make our economy better. And I think in some years past, a lot of what was happening in the Wilson building was happening in silos. We need to make sure that we're not operating in silos and that we're communicating across lines, even where we don't necessarily agree. Because ultimately what I think we all do agree about, Alex, is that we need to grow our local economy so that we can create more jobs and attract more people to the District of Columbia.
Right. Thank you. Angela, are there any concerns that you're hearing from the business community around the fiscal condition of the city going forward?
Yes, I mean, everything that we have talked about is a concern for the community. And that's why the DC Chamber is starting conversations with the CFO's office starting now, so that we understand where we are and, what we need to think of before budget is built. We agree with you, Councilmember McDuffie, and some of the other comments that council needs to be very mindful about how they're spending the money and not trying to put a little bit of the politics on the side and really doing what's right for the city and understanding what the priorities are. And I also think that we have to be intentional about hiring our small business community and giving opportunities to our small business community in terms of procurement, and having the corporations that are here and the federal government that is here, work with our small business community and be intentional about it.
Thank you.
Alex, I couldn't agree more with that statement. And just yesterday, along with the mayor and the council member, we celebrated a new anchor institution with the community, with CNHED, a program where we know that anchor institutions like our universities and our hospitals have almost a $2 billion spend per year. And we're making sure that our local small businesses have an opportunity to take advantage of some of those opportunities. And so through that program alone, now our small businesses are doing up to $250 million a year in business with these anchor institutions. So these are the opportunities. So when we talk about opportunities for small businesses, we have to be intentional about it. And here's a program that is very intentional about it. And, with the mayor's vision and the supportive Councilman McDuffie and the council, we're making headway on that. So we have to continue with programs like this to support our small business economy.
Yeah, I agree with you, Deputy Mayor. And I think there's a lot of need, and we have to build upon that initiative. It's something that I've worked personally extensive on that. And I think it's a perfect way of helping our small business community grow.
So, Jaron, let me throw you a hot potato here, if you don't mind. The Washington Post and the Business Journal have reported on some conversations between Monumental Sports and the city around potentially relocating the Capital One Arena out of Chinatown. How much of a loss would that be to the bid and to the city if they were to relocate? And what are this? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly asked the $1 million question here, right? And it would be a detrimental impact to the city. Even when I'm thinking about that last question where you said, we know that tough fiscal times are ahead, and not getting ahead of the CFO projections, we know that there are going to be some tough budget questions and challenges ahead of us. I think it's really important that as a city, we are being really strategic about leaning into those investments that are going to have a valuable return on investment, right? I can't think of a better example than the Capital One Arena. When you look at what it has meant historically and over the years for not just the downtown community, but for the city as a whole, just in gross tax revenues off of ticket sales and admission fares, we're bringing in between $34 to $50 million annually alone, not to mention the benefits of the people coming from different parts of the region who are then frequenting the restaurants and supporting the area, or people who want to be closer into DC for that amenity. So there are so many positive benefits to that we have to be smart about making the investments to keep them here. I think I'm sorry, please.
So I would not want to be the deputy mayor when the Capital One Arena were to relocate. But Deputy Mayor, tell us, so what can you do right now, and what are you doing right now to make relocation less attractive for Monumental?
So we have a sports unit here in Denpasar right now, and so we're looking at this holistically. Not only are we looking at Capital One Arena, we're looking at Nat Stadium, Audi Field, and the potential for a new home for the Commanders, quite frankly. And so we're studying the economic impacts, pros and cons of stadiums, and really digging in and understanding how to not only the impacts of the stadiums, but how to finance these stadiums moving forward. So this is something we are laser focused on. We understand the impact that losing Capital One Arena would have, and we want to make sure that we continue to do the best for our residents in the city, and especially downtown.
Councilmember, what the sense of your committee, of you and your colleagues, about what to do to keep Capital One Arena downtown?
Alex, you mentioned 1997 earlier.
Yes, I did.
I remember, I've been around long enough to remember what 1997 looked like in the District of Columbia.
Me too.
I remember 1987 downtown DC, which I went to infrequently because there was less things to do down there around that time. I remember what it meant when Abe Poland and Monumental opened the doors to the MCI Center all those years ago, and how it helped to transform that Gallery Place, Penn Quarter, Chinatown area. And I know what Nat Stadium has meant for the area around, Capitol Riverfront and the Navy Yard. I know what Audi Field has meant for the area around Southwest. And so we need to do whatever we need to do within our financial abilities as a city to keep monumental sports here in the nation's capital, period, full stop. Because the benefits accrue to the city in so many ways. Obviously our bottom line, but also in the vibrancy when it comes to our hospitality, tourism, sports, entertainment economy in the District of Columbia. And so there are a lot of folks who are employed there. I think there should be some conversations about what it means to have those workers who are there for the period where there are sports activities that are going on, there are entertainment activities going on that are also, people who are employed in another season at another stadium. How do we work to make sure that that employment is sustained throughout the course of a year, maybe with greater benefits? Those are the conversations that I want to have. How do we enhance and do more of what Monumental has been able to do for the last several decades? But having them leave is just simply shouldn't be an option for anybody who's in a position like mine.
Thank you. Yashim, do you have any sense of what the financial implications would be, of what would actually work, what the city should do to keep Monumental here?
The general approach to investments like this is really focusing on the future revenue growth. We've financed stadiums and big investments like this through a mechanism called tax increment financing, comparing what the future tax revenue might look like with the new development to what the baseline trajectory is. So the fiscal argument for this is this investment brings the city may experience the same type of growth, but over much longer periods of time. The idea is to bring that kind of growth earlier into the city, so the city can benefit from it sooner. In some cases, this is desperately needed for the District of Columbia right now, because what we need now is economic growth.
Thank you. Angela, I'm going to give you the last word on this particular topic, and I know we're coming to the end of our session here.
I mean, I think everybody kind of gave a great picture of what can happen. I also think we need to think about the impact to the small business community there, you know, and what's going to happen with the small businesses around. And it's something that we always have to take that into consideration as well.
Well, I want to thank all of you. I want to thank the panel, each of you, for a really robust conversation. Doing business under financial distress it's a challenging few years we've got, but your optimism is really very contagious, and I really appreciate all the thinking that you're doing into it. And I know our audience and the residents of the city and the region appreciate it as well. So thank you all very much. Angela, thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much
Al.
for your participation.
Thank you.
We made a pledge to do what's best for the health of our communities, and we continue to deliver on it every day for every one of our members. With access to a network of over 1 million providers, rewards for living healthy, and more care options than ever, we are CareFirst Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we are changing healthcare for all that we serve. At CareFirst, it's not just our name, it's our promise.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ricardo Johnson, and I am proud to serve as the Executive Vice President for Strategic Growth and Government Programs at CareFirst Blue Cross Blue Shield. And I'll be serving as the moderator for this morning's panel discussion. For over 90 years, CareFirst has proudly served the people and the communities in the DMV as the region's largest healthcare company, serving over 3.5 million people in the region. And as hopefully you saw from a short video that was played, we are deeply committed to the health of our communities. And that's why we're here today. So CareFirst is relentless in our efforts to advance affordable, accessible, and equitable healthcare where all people have the opportunity to live their healthiest lives. CareFirst has been a standing partner to the DC Chamber of Commerce for more than 2 decades. And so it's exciting to say that this is our 3rd year sponsoring the State of DC Health panel for the State of the District and Region Conference. As a company headquartered in the district, we've got thousands of employees here and hundreds of thousands of members throughout the 8 wards. And so we prioritize the health of our neighbors and the communities in the district, which is why I'm excited to facilitate this meaningful discussion and others like it that are being taking place today. As we sit right now, we sit with COVID-19 having created strain on the economics of healthcare, whether it's from deferred care, the costly treatments that come from the folks that were most impacted by the virus, breaks in the supply chain, the additional costs of vaccinations and testing, and all aspects of healthcare are fluctuating and evolving right now. And so we're asking the question, how do we anticipate the change to come? How do we meet it with solutions? How do we ensure that people across our region can continue to have the opportunities to be as healthy as possible? And so we hope to find answers and have discussions about moving towards solutions in our discussion today. I want to say thank you to the DC Chamber and the extraordinary leadership of Angela Franco, and to Board Chair Tanya Kinlow, my friend and former colleague, because none of this work could be possible without the work of the Chamber being dedicated to having these essential conversations with business leaders in our shared community. And now I will introduce with great pleasure the folks who represent a wide level of expertise who are on our panel this morning. First up is Councilmember Christina Henderson. Councilmember Henderson is an at-large member of the Council of the District of Columbia. She also serves as the chair of the Committee on Health. In her previous professional roles, Councilmember Henderson has served as a trusted political advisor to United States senators, DC council members, a variety of state and local officials, and on an array of domestic policy issues that deeply impact children and families. And currently, as a legislator, she's guided by the principle that one zip code should not determine one's opportunity for success. And she is dedicated to advancing a policy agenda focused on equity, education, and reform. And we thank her for being here this morning. We also have Melissa Bird, who is currently the interim director of the Department of Healthcare Finance. And in this role, Ms. Bird serves as the manager of the agency and the chief advocate for annual legislative and agency budget priorities, excuse me. She's also the Senior Deputy Director and Medicaid Director, where she serves as the Principal Manager of the district's Medicaid, CHIP, Alliance, and Immigrant Children's programs. She has had more than 20 years in health policy and Medicaid and has focused on state-level programs and efforts to expand coverage and reform of healthcare systems. And we thank her as well for joining us. Mila Kaufman is with us today. She is the executive director of the DC Health Benefit Exchange Authority and has been since 2012, really being a driver of the exchange as a public-private partnership responsible for the District of Columbia's Affordable Care Act line of online health insurance marketplace, DC HealthLink. She has a long record of successfully implementing federal and state insurance reforms and revamping and leading government and non-governmental organizations. It is a nationally recognized expert on private health insurance markets throughout the country. Tamara Smith, since 2017, Ms. Smith has served as president and CEO of the DC Primary Care Association, and we know that primary care providers and primary care is incredibly essential to building healthier communities. And the association's mission is exactly that through advocacy and development of the infrastructure to support a high quality, equitable, and integrated healthcare system in the district for every DC resident. Ms. Smith brings 40 years of experience in the healthcare services and nonprofit sectors in the district and in the metropolitan region, serving in multiple C-suite levels in local managed care organizations, hospitals, and human services organizations. And finally, Dr. Greg Agiros is president of MedStar Washington Hospital Center and senior vice president of MedStar Health. And prior to that role was senior vice president for medical affairs and chief medical officer at MedStar's Washington Hospital Center, providing overall clinical leadership and oversight for quality of care and research. And in 2012, he was named a Master of the American College of Physicians, an honor presented to physicians who demonstrate eminence in the practice is an extraordinary accomplishment for physicians throughout the country. And so I am excited, as you noticed from the intros, we have decades of experience on our panel here today in multifaceted ways across government and healthcare. So excited to begin and kick off the discussion for what I know will be a enlightening and robust conversation. And we will have time for questions from the audience as we go through, so jot them down for the end of the panel discussion. So let's jump in. So deservedly, there's been and continues to be a great deal of attention and focus being placed on the district's economic recovery efforts as we are shifting from the COVID-19's pandemic phase to its endemic phase. First question I'll send to Councilmember Henderson. As the district's economic growth and recovery efforts continue, what impact do you think these efforts are having on the city's healthcare delivery system?
Well, good morning, Ricardo. Thank you so much for that question, and thank you to the Chamber for having me this morning. I think we all have some idea of how difficult COVID-19 was for our healthcare workforce and our healthcare delivery system more broadly. And not only that, as soon as we were done dealing with COVID, or as COVID was hitting its endemic phase, we were hit with Mpox and RSV and an opioid spike, and now we're heading into flu season. It's just sort of a never ending cycle, it seems as though. But one of the challenges that we're having is certainly dealing with the burnout after all of these quote unquote emergencies kept coming. So staffing shortages is definitely a challenge that we're having. But from an economic perspective, I think one of the things that we're going to have to certainly grapple with is the fact that all of the infusion of additional dollars that we received from the federal government during the public health emergency is now subsiding. And so what do we do to fill in the gaps at the same time that the public is still, some members of the public are still expecting a certain level of care on things? I get daily questions about when are we going to open up the COVID centers again? And I'm like, the money for the COVID centers is gone. And so, how do we kind of deal with that? The economic realities of putting forth a very strong public health approach at the same time that we don't have the same federal funding that we used to have.
That's it's an incredibly difficult position to be in. Similarly, and I'll direct this one to Melissa. We had Congress established the PHE, the public health emergency, in March of 2020, and along with it came the obligation to keep enrollees in Medicaid from losing their coverage during the pandemic, which allowed national Medicaid growth, including in the district, to swell over the last 3 years. We know that the public health emergency ended, and in April of this year, all DC Medicaid beneficiaries were required to renew their coverage. And so how is the Department of Healthcare Finance provide an overview for us of sort of where the district is in that process, how the Department of Healthcare Finance is working through it, and some of the successes and challenges as Councilmember Henderson said, the money is sort of running out. There are changes happening in law to sort of move people off of some of the PHE eligibility roles. Can you tell us how that's happening through the district right now, and what challenges we're seeing, what opportunities we have?
Of course, thanks Ricardo for the question, and thanks to the Chamber for having me today. From the great thing, one of the shining things from the pandemic is how Medicaid, both locally and nationally, was able to respond and support folks during the pandemic. Having that continuous coverage and making sure folks could access care, just the regular care, but more importantly, COVID testing, vaccination, and treatment. It just showed the flexibility and the really the core mission of the Medicaid program. To your point, Medicaid enrollment in the District of Columbia went from about 250,000 residents to over 300,000 from March 2020 to the beginning of this calendar year. It's a historical high for the program. I've been with DC Medicaid mostly since 2008, and that is by far the highest number of residents we've seen on the program. And then to Councilmember Henderson's point about the federal support is starting to go away for Medicaid. We have something called enhanced FMAP, and that is being phased out this calendar year as we have started the Medicaid renewal process. And at the end of this calendar year, we go back to our normal federal support. That's important to note because while we're still going through the renewal process, we're carrying more folks or have more folks in our enrollment, and that costs the district more funds to support that. For Medicaid renewals specifically, what that means is typically when we're not in a public health emergency, residents have to renew their eligibility on an annual basis. That was paused for 3 years. And so starting in April of this year, we started that renewal process for the first time. And so between April of 23 and through May of 24, every resident who's in the Medicaid program here in DC and nationally is going through that renewal process. And then we kind of move into our normal routine annual check after that. For the district right now, we're about halfway through this renewal process. We have over 164,000 beneficiaries who have had their renewal initiated. So simple math, that's a little bit more than 300, a little bit more than half of 300,000. So we are hitting that halfway mark where I feel like we're seeing some successes. Our renewal rates for our first couple months, we're having about 80% of folks who were in the program, and like for May and June, pending or they're already renewed, and that's one of the higher rates across the country. So that's exciting for us, but you know, we're only almost halfway through. And the focus now is really making sure as we have more data and for the folks that we see that are not renewing, what trends are we seeing and how can we change our outreach to those individuals to make sure that they that we can help them with their renewal if they're still eligible for Medicaid.
And Melissa, as you get to the latter half of those on Medicaid, are you expecting to see a similar renewal percentage, or do you think it'll go up or down?
Yeah, I can't predict the future. I sure hope so, or I hope it's higher, to be quite honest, because our goal really is for anyone who's eligible, who remains eligible for the program, we want them to stay enrolled. But I will say month over month right now, the trends that we're seeing from, beginning of the month and the percentage of folks have renewed to the end of the month it's trending the same way month over month right now. So at this point, I have nothing to suggest that will change. July and August has been a little bit different for us because we've had more folks up for renewal that we had a strong indication that likely would no longer be Medicaid eligible. So we've had a couple high number of months for renewals. But like I said, I hope at minimum it stays where it is if it doesn't get better.
Thank you. So it's a good transition to Mila, as we talk about the integrated healthcare system. Many of the folks in that 20% that are not renewing on a Medicaid will move to some other type of insurance. How are you approaching efforts to ensure the continuity of coverage for private health insurance options for those who no longer qualify for Medicaid?
Well, thanks for your question and CareFirst sponsorship of the panel, and Angela Franco and her leadership at the DC Chamber over these years, and Councilmember Henderson for hosting another Medicaid hearing to keep the spotlight on this issue. So for us, our mantra is get covered, stay covered. Everything we do. And we are working very closely with Director Burt and her team to make sure that as folks are losing their eligibility for Medicaid coverage, they come to us. Unless, of course, they have other coverage. And then we're happy. They don't have to come to us, obviously, if they have another source of coverage. So we're emailing, we're texting, we're calling folks who lost or are losing Medicaid coverage. And we have a special enrollment period. So residents who are no longer eligible for Medicaid can enroll in private health insurance through DC HealthLink. Super easy. DCHealthLink.com is the website. Our coverage is as low as $11 a month, so very affordable. And that's thanks to the Biden administration and the Inflation Reduction Act, which made premiums even more affordable, especially for residents and families at the moderate income levels. So lots of options. And if you lose Medicaid and your employer is covered through us, you can actually enroll through the special enrollment as well into your job-based coverage. And just one last point, a call to action for employers on this at this conference. If you're not offering coverage through us, we ask you to open up a coverage opportunity for your workers who are losing Medicaid coverage. And also help educate your workforce about Medicaid and the importance of responding when Melissa's team reaches out and says, please provide your updated information. So there is a call to action to all employers to help us find people and keep them enrolled or get them enrolled and help us maintain our 97% coverage rate, which DC now has. We rank #2 in the nation for the highest insured rate.
Thank you for that, and congratulations. I think it's an extraordinary effort to have 97% coverage for the district's population. And so thank you for your work. If I could take a little bit of a pivot, and let's talk about health equity. The pandemic has had a tremendous impact on the district's healthcare delivery system and exacerbated longstanding disparities based on race, income, zip code, as Councilmember Henderson said. Providers, payers, policymakers in the district are partnering to invest in innovative healthcare payment models that are intended to help to reverse these disparities. If I can start with you, Tamara, and ask you, what role do you think value-based models can play in helping to advance health equity in the district?
Thank you, Ricardo. And again, thank you to the Chamber for hosting the conference and this panel today. First, I want to say one of the things we learned from the pandemic, and I think many individuals have spoken to this, is the importance of collaboration and everyone partnering together to address the challenges that we faced. It was government, it was the private sector, it was the payers, it was the providers, it was community-based organizations. And we learned a lot about the critical nature of working together, number one. We learned a lot about the importance of building those partnerships at the community level. And we learned a lot, thirdly, about the disparities that exist in healthcare. We knew about it, but they became much more highlighted during the pandemic. One of the things that I think is exciting about transformation in the healthcare delivery system to value-based care in particular is because its real theme and focus is moving from touches to actually outcomes. And focusing on outcomes, and those outcomes being people's health status, people's life expectancy, people's access to care, people's utilization of the right level of healthcare. We know people use the emergency department in too much of a great level. They're hospitalized for things that are sensitive to care at the primary care level. And so value-based care's incentive is to change not only the delivery system, the payment system, but the incentive system to care for people in a different way. The incentive for value-based care also, I think, is using population health data. We talked about having a lot of data and learning more now about where are the major problems. We know people of color in wards 8 and ward 7 have higher incidence of death rates and chronic disease and those kinds of things. So we can use data in this whole population health value-based care arena to target folks. And we target folks that are experiencing some of the worst inequities in healthcare. And so I think we can target folks with chronic disease, and the Medicaid office, the managed care organizations, and policymakers have really said, in order to transform, we have to invest. In order to transform, we have to work together. In order to transform, we have to use data. And that data tells us where are the sickest people, what are the sickest people in the communities of the District of Columbia, where are they going for healthcare, and how do we need to intervene? And I think that we can intervene by really looking at trying to redirect people to the right level of care, get them into primary care. We learned a lot in the pandemic as well, the utilization of technology and telehealth and virtual health. We were able to just transform overnight and be able to bring care to people virtually. We also know that people have a preference for sometimes care coming to them. We can't do care delivery in the same ways that we've done it in the past. We need to be innovative. We need to work together. And I think value-based care, because of the change in the payment methodology and in the incentive gives us an opportunity to be innovative. I think the last thing I would say is that also we need, and we've learned that we've got to address social determinants of health and the social services and needs that people have. Housing, nutrition, behavioral health. We now begin to take a whole person look, and it's not just can they get to a doctor, can they get to the hospital, but what are some of these other drivers that are impacting their health and their health status?
That's a great point. And Greg, if I can ask you a similar question, right, from not just from a primary care perspective, but from overall from a value-based care across the hospital's care delivery continuum. How are you thinking? How's MedStar thinking about value-based payment models advancing health equity and social determinants of health?
Yeah, thank you, Ricardo, and thank you to the Chamber for putting this together. I want to amplify many of the things that Tamara spoke about. I'm a firm believer that what gets measured gets managed. And whether you're looking at the reputational analyses, the CMS, hospital compare star rating system, Leapfrog, or you look at the pay for performance measures that are actually involving money, the metrics that are being assessed are the right metrics. It's no fluff. It's no, you're missing the boat. No, these are the metrics that we should be assessed on. And what we are doing and really have been doing with more diligence is drilling into the by race, by gender, by ethnicity results. It's something that we always should have been doing, but we are doing to a much greater degree now. We know early on in COVID that there were reports of outcomes being worse in certain patient populations. And that was the case. I mean, if you look at the patient population at the hospital center, it's about as diverse as you can get. And, where we draw the majority of our patients from, allowed us to analyze, not just the data, but the impact on different treatment regimens. So this is absolutely the right way to look at it. Tamara alluded to, it's not just the volume, it's the results that need to be assessed. She mentioned, and a previous panel member also mentioned, that healthcare is no longer something that you can provide in a silo. It is a team-based sport. And, whether it's, MedStar and the other DC hospitals working very closely with Deputy Mayor Turnage and Melissa's teams, or working with insurers or working with our partner MedStar Hospitals in Maryland, we must work collaboratively together on this. The continuum of care is the continuum of care, and that involves not just the acute care hospitals, but the SNFs and the subacute rehab facilities, the acute rehab, and importantly, the community-based health aspects of things. We're going to talk a little bit in the future about the and a later question about the challenges. When you look at behavioral health as an example, you can't solve the behavioral health challenge in America by just looking at the hospitals. This is something that the community partners that provide care, working with the hospitals and all the other resources that are available in the city, must come together, must be aligned and on the same page for us to be successful. I'm an intensivist, so I rely on data. I love the fact that we are looking at metrics in a very critical way and are increasingly looking at them by race, by gender, by ethnicity. It's the right thing to do.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Greg. It's before we move away from the topic of health equity, I want to ask Mila to provide a quick update on the ongoing and impactful work that you all are doing at the Health Benefit Exchange Authority's Social Justice and Health Disparities Working Group, and how that ties in to what the providers are doing as it relates to health equity.
Thank you. And I'm so glad Greg mentioned the hospital rates being different during COVID based on race and ethnicity. And we saw that too, and we were shocked when we saw Black and Brown residents being hospitalized and dying at higher rates than white residents, and this was all over the nation, not unique to DC. So that was one of the factors that led us to put together a social justice working group to figure out what we at DC HealthLink can do to be part of the solution, to start addressing the inequity in healthcare and outcomes, the differences in outcomes, what we call health disparities. And so our social justice working group came up with a number of concrete action steps. And I'll talk about a couple of them. One is equity-based benefit design. So we've moved to equity-based benefit design. We've identified conditions that disproportionately impact communities of color. And we know in DC, for example, that twice as many Hispanics report cost as being a barrier to getting care, twice as many Hispanics compared to white residents. And so one way to start addressing cost as a barrier is to eliminate that barrier. So equity-based design for us is we want to make certain care completely free. And so we started with type 2 diabetes. And so if you have type 2 diabetes, you don't have cost sharing, no deductibles, no copays, no co-insurance. So you can get your insulin for free. You can go to your primary care physician for your checkups for free, your eye exam, your foot exam on an annual basis, your blood work, that's all free. Next year, we are decreasing the co-payment for pediatric mental health to $5. And that's also part of our equity-based design. We know, thanks to Tanya Kinlow and Children's Hospital, that we're at risk of losing a whole generation of Black and brown kids. Vicarious trauma, COVID isolation, other factors. So we wanted to do something about that, and we've lowered copays to $5. So
Did Mila freeze for all of you, or is it? Okay.
Psychiatrist, specialist at your patient, that's it, including medication. So that is one big effort that we are currently engaged in. There's also another one that we're paying a whole lot of attention to, and that is racism in clinical guidelines that lead to differences in health outcomes. EGFR, which is a blood test for kidney function, that's been corrected. The national clinical guidelines have been fixed, but not all labs have corrected their testing. Major labs have, many hospital-based labs, independent labs have not. So we have a major campaign on the way to get that addressed. So race is no longer a guarantee for early death or not getting the kidney transplant that you need or getting the wrong dosage because there's a race adjuster that's still being used. So those are just two examples of our ongoing effort to be part of addressing the systemic racism that contributes and leads to differences in health outcomes depending on race, ethnicity, orientation, gender, and other factors.
Yeah.
Ricardo, this is great. Can I make one point, please?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Sure. So under Jackie Bowen's leadership at the DC Hospital Association, the degree of transparency of the data that we're talking about has increased incredibly over the last 10 years. 5 years ago, the presidents of all the hospitals in the district signed an agreement around transparency of the data. The initial focus was on quality and safety data. 2 years ago, we stood up an EI&D committee. I'm the co-chair of that committee along with Christopher King from Georgetown University. And we are bringing the same transparency to our data around this topic. And we have selected, based on the type of hospital we are, what data we're going to start looking at. And for the acute care hospitals, as an example, we're looking at diabetes readmission rates. For children's, they're looking at asthma readmission rates. And we have similar outcomes that we're looking at for the rehab in the psychiatric hospitals. Again, just another example of no longer do we have however many independent hospitals in the city. We have hospitals that are working together on this, and those outcomes are all being assessed based on race, based on gender, based on ethnic background. Yeah. We have to do this so that we can identify where the best practices are and not recreate the wheel, just get moving in that direction. Thank you.
And I might add, Ricardo, and thank you, Greg, for raising that, because I think Department of Healthcare Finance and CRISP have built a whole population health analytics platform that does very similar things to what Greg mentioned. And it allows us to go in and look at disease-specific categories by payer, by geography, by race and ethnicity. And that's what allows us to go and understand, well, who's been to the emergency department 15 times? Or who's going into the hospital for diabetes when their diabetes should be actually treated at a primary care level? So the data and the transparency and the sharing is an absolutely critical element of our being able to do the work collectively. Thank you.
I wanted to add something that Tamara mentioned earlier through the pandemic and kind of the highlight of telemedicine. And what that really showed to me is that, it just re-emphasized the need to meet people where they are. And so when you start to talk about value-based care and where's that intersection with equity, it really is, when you're talking about value-based care, is putting that person at the center of everything and responding to their individual needs. And that really gets to the like I said, the intersection with equity, because from my perspective, the kind of, baseline for ensure that you're moving towards a more equitable health system is that you're listening to the folks that you're trying to serve. So that gets you there. And then to Greg's comment about collaboration, I just want to underline, like, it is, from a payer perspective, it is really, I can easily set up a value-based care payment arrangement, but to make it something that a provider or a system can implement and it can actually see the outcomes we want to see, that's a whole different ball game. And from a Medicaid perspective, we have to, be really thoughtful about some of our core Medicaid providers. So obviously it's the clinics, the federal qualified health clinics that Tamara represents, the hospitals for sure, of which Greg's representing, but also our behavioral health providers, our home and community-based services providers that don't always have the same kind of resources and infrastructure to make that move along. Because the other thing that the pandemic showed us too, from another, if you look at folks with behavioral health conditions or certain kinds of disabilities, those are the folks that we didn't have all the things we needed to support them as best we could through a pandemic. And so as we think about value-based care and moving forward, it really is integrating how we bring all those folks along from a payer perspective, and a role that Medicaid has taken on in the past few years is making sure, like, we realize now we really have to provide some assistance to our providers to help make them make these shifts. And also we have to be really aware that when, say in this case, me as Medicaid decides to implement a new payment arrangement, I'm just one payer. Greg and Tamara and the folks and Tamara's members, they have to respond to what Medicare requires. They have to respond to what Care First requires, right? So it's also making sure, how do we align from a payer perspective too, so the providers can actually respond and, be able to effectuate what we're looking for.
No, it's a great point, because I think as much as the data is important, as much as the models are important, sometimes you can be overwhelmed with the data, and you've got to figure out, one, how you digest it, and two, to your point, Melissa, but how then can you actually take action on that when you're in potentially 3 different value-based payment models that require 3 different types of quality, or trying to get to different goals, how we can, part of that integration, right, is sort of, in my mind, how you can align payers, Medicaid, Medicare, commercial insurers around the things that not only from a clinical outcome perspective we care about, but those upstream social drivers that we care about, and begin to focus on the same thing so that we can at least get the right level of brain attention and focus that hopefully moves to action. This is great. I could healthcare nerd out with you all for a while, but I'll try to keep moderating. So let's switch a bit to talk about money and budget. The district went through a difficult 2024 fiscal year, but budget season. impacted by some of the things, a lot of the things we talked about: expiring federal funding and COVID-19 aid, slower than expected revenue growth, and a lot of competing priorities that are existing in an environment where resources are, the more people need resources, and there's less resources to go around. As we move through 2024, and Councilmember Henderson, I'll start with you, since you've got the power in the panel. As we move through 2024, can you just talk a little bit about what budget challenges are anticipated in fiscal year 2025? How will these fiscal challenges, how do you think they're going to impact healthcare delivery, and the commitment to equity that the district has been showing, and the folks on the panels have been showing as we move forward?
Yeah, put the appropriator on the hot seat here. So I think none of this will be a surprise. We are anticipated to see lower than anticipated revenue from commercial property taxes, given what has been happening downtown. With a lot more vacancies, a lot more building owners turning back their keys over to the banks. And then also probably a hit as it pertains to deed and recordation taxes, with just seeing, given where interest rates are, far less people in the district are buying homes and far less people are selling homes in the district. We're not seeing the same level of transactions that we saw in the past. But I think there is some potential offset possible from sales tax revenue, because I don't know if any of you have been around downtown, especially in the last 2 weeks. People are here. Conferences are coming back, which is great. Our hotels are seeing customers again, which is also fantastic as well. So we'll see what happens when we get excuse me, when we see the revenue estimates that are coming out here pretty soon. But I think one of our biggest challenges is going to be, again, how do we balance priorities? I've got, it is rare for me to do a meeting where someone is not asking for money. So I like the meetings where nobody is asking for money, because it's just really difficult. We have some things that we need to do on the economic side. But I also, I hear from home health aid providers and long-term care providers that, they need more. Our behavioral health providers are also looking for more. We know that we need to increase our capacity to have more providers choosing to serve in the district, as opposed to us having to send our folks to Maryland or Virginia for service as well. So that's just going to be a challenge. And then, of course, we have a looming federal government shutdown, which is going to probably impact our region more than others, where you're going to have furloughed workers. And what does that look like as well? Luckily, from a Medicaid standpoint, we're pretty solid there. But there might be some other grants that are delayed in terms of coming back out.
Thank you very much. And you handled the hot seat very well. Are there other folks on the panel, Melissa and Mila, thoughts on, some of the budget constraints and sort of how that's going to impact some of our healthcare priorities? I called on two people at once. It's a bad moderator. Melissa, how about, do you have any thoughts?
I mean, a general comment just in terms of Medicaid and kind of how it does support the economy in the district and everywhere in every state. We, for every dollar that we locally spend for Medicaid, we're getting $2.33 from the federal government. So it's certainly, I think, a fantastic investment that supports not only, residents getting their care, but as you see through, it goes into the providers' pockets, it goes into folks who are working day in, day out. And then on top of that, it's the core part of it, of providing coverage to folks so that they can remain healthy and remain in the workforce. And so for us, it's always, when we look at budgeting, it is our kind of cornerstone is our enrollment. Because if you are eligible, you're entitled to Medicaid. And so it's really looking at, what is our enrollment projection? And as we come through unwinding and going through those renewals for the first time, it's getting a better sense of who will remain on the program and will continue. That will really drive our budgeting process.
And for us, I thought your question was a key question. It's now and every year, it's the key question, does the budget financial pressures change our commitment to health equity? And for us, it doesn't. You know, there are lots of reasons out there we can all identify to stop on this journey that we're all on, and none of them are legit, right? If you're not part of the solution to get to health equity, then you're part of the problem. So whether it's budget or something else, there'll always be a reason not to. And the challenge to all of us is make sure equity and our work towards social justice is always part of what we do.
Great answer. Greg, it seems like you want to jump in.
Yeah, thanks. So from the hospital's perspective, you know, as everyone knows, personnel costs have skyrocketed, and we are as impacted by inflation as everyone else is. Recognizing that on the income side, we're limited. You know, what we get is what we get from the insurance companies, and we know, like many agencies in the district, the DC Medicaid program was impacted by what it took to balance the budget for the district for 2024, and we know that's going to continue to be a challenge for the reasons that Councilmember Henderson mentioned. I think what we need to continue to do is look for alternative payment models. You know, for the last 3 years, that alternative payment model has been CARES and FEMA dollars that have come in. Those no longer exist. And again, through DCHA and Jackie Bowen's leadership, we've been working very closely with Deputy Mayor Turnage and Melissa and their teams around alternative payment models that can help offset any cuts that may have taken place for the FY24 budget. That's going to be necessary for the healthcare system to be able to continue to survive and provide the care to all of our patients that we know they deserve. And that's going to be a critical part of us moving forward.
Right. And Tamara, I'll give you the last word on this if you want to.
Sure, thank you. And I think I'd echo what Greg's saying. I think innovation in payment models and delivery systems will help supplement, some reductions in the funding. I think we learned from the pandemic that it's not just government payers. You know, there's a lot of private sector investment in healthcare in the city. And I think we need the private sector, corporations and businesses and foundations to continue that investment. And particularly as we look at innovative ways to do things, we need everybody at the table. And then lastly, I would say there's a lot of efficiency that we can gain. There's some unnecessary cost that we can reduce. And I think we've got to work together to do that. And I think, when Melissa said, let's put the patient at the center, let's figure out what's best to serve them, and then let's figure out the most cost-effective way to do it. And I think we can take some excess out of the system, and I think we can work together to make sure that we're investing in the infrastructure that we need to really transform healthcare.
Well said. Very well said. Councilmember Henderson, if you don't mind, I'll put you on the hot seat again and just ask if you could talk to us about the rest of 2023. You've moved several key pieces of legislation since the beginning of Council Period 25 and your leadership on the Committee of Health regarding copay accumulators, expanded access to fertility treatment, and most recently the prior auth bill. Can you give us a sneak peek on what we could expect for the remainder of 2023 and as we look into next year?
Yep. Thanks for that, Ricardo. So for those who haven't heard, last week, the committee moved 10 measures out of the committee, 7 nominations for some critical board vacancies that we had for the Board of Medicine, the Board of Physical Therapy, and the Board of Occupational Therapy. We also moved 3 bills, the long-awaited prior authorization reform legislation, which we still have a couple more things to get it over the finish line with colleagues. We also moved an ambulatory surgical facility legislation that, frankly, we have been waiting on since 1985 to get those regulations completed. And then a bill as it relates to the health professional licensing boards and residency requirements. So we're moving right along. We have some hearings coming up, excuse me, in the month of October. The biggest of which probably, well, not the biggest, they're all big and important. I don't want to say one is more important than the other, but we have the confirmation hearing coming up for the new head of DC Health, Dr. Ayanna Bennett. So I hope that individuals have had an opportunity to get to know her since she's been in town. And if you feel so inclined to sign up for that, we have some hearings coming up on some bills that propose some changes to the Medicaid program. So we'll be seeing Melissa at hearings there as well. But let's see, there's a lot going on. There just a lot of things that are going on. The council just introduced a sense of the council resolution urging the mayor to declare our opioid crisis as a public health emergency. So we'll be holding another hearing on opioids in October as we get off that work off the ground. And then check-ins on some of the things that we've already done. So my first year, we passed the Medicaid expansion for doulas. We want to check in to see how that work is going to make sure that it's working as intended, and same with the postpartum coverage as well. We also will be, we're working on some legislation around some long-term care issues that folks have raised with me since becoming chair of the committee, and more information on that. Let's see. We're waiting on the Health Occupation Revision Act, the HORA, which is supposed to be coming. It's going to be a blockbuster piece of legislation. But, there are just a lot of things going on. And I think also having to deal with whatever the residual impacts of the federal government shutdown is also one of the things. I just had to circulate legislation so that DC can continue to issue marriage licenses, right? Like it's... the feds are not of us, but they do impact the work that we're doing in trying to serve district residents each and every day. But I'm really, really excited about the work that we are doing. And I appreciate that, whether it be the Hospital Association, whether it be the Primary Care Association, from Tamara's perspective, just everyone has been really thoughtful and coming to the table with solutions for some of the problems that are facing our healthcare ecosystem.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the last question, I've been trying to pepper in some of what we're getting in the chat from audience questions. Melissa, if I can put you on the hot seat, there's a lot of questions about oral health, and are there any programs or any initiatives to expand access to oral health in Medicaid?
Sure. We currently cover dental benefits for children and some partial dental benefits for adults. And one thing I will stress, a couple of unique factors about Medicaid. One, there's not a special open enrollment period. If you think you're eligible, you apply, and if you're deemed eligible, then you come on into the program, start getting services. The other thing is we don't have premiums or copays, so we try to minimize any roadblocks for folks accessing care, and have what I like to think is a fairly comprehensive benefit package, including the oral health care I just mentioned, but also transportation services and long-term services and supports and things like that. So I hope that answers the question.
I think it does.
I can just
Mila, you got to add on?
Yes, yeah, there's no doubt the Medicaid coverage in DC is the gold standard. And if you qualify, that's where you should get your coverage. In terms of dental, if you don't qualify for Medicaid coverage, you can purchase a standalone dental policy through DC HealthLink. You don't have to purchase health insurance through us if you have it somewhere else. If you need dental coverage, you can get it very inexpensively through DC HealthLink, and we have a tool that can actually help you figure out, the best dental plan option for you. And even if you have Medicare, for example, which does not have a robust dental benefit, we have many of our purchasers actually have Medicare and dental through us, as well as folks who work for employers where dental coverage is just not offered.
Hey, Ricardo, I might add something. Federally qualified health centers have a mandate to provide care to all individuals regardless of their ability to pay. And so, of course, they take Medicaid and commercial and Medicare, but the reality is they have sliding scale fee available for all individuals. And most of them have very comprehensive dental services. They've got hygienists for cleaning, and they have comprehensive dental care. So that's another, I think, access point for folks to access dental that might be a little bit more affordable when they don't have full coverage.
Ricardo, I know dental, who knew this would be so popular, but I just
Yeah,
want
yeah, this is
to
great.
throw something out here. So for folks who don't know, we have a great partnership with Howard University in terms of their centers of excellence. And so their College of Dentistry runs full-blown clinics. I've seen them. And I'm proud that DC government has helped to fund some of the refurbishment of the facilities there, but they do everything from pediatric, they have a senior clinic, they do dentures, they do braces, and they have same day emergency walk-in care as well for anyone who might need it. So I just want to put that plug in
that's
there.
great. I want this group as my healthcare navigator cabinet. This was that was great. All right, so we've got 5 minutes left. I'd like to just do a bit of a lightning round on this last question and just see from each of you from your seat in the stands and the perspectives that you have with your experience in the district. Can you just talk to us about what do you think as you look ahead, right, are the critical healthcare system gaps that the district needs to address? And let's set a time limit and say, the next 18 to 24 months. Let's start with, Melissa raised her hand.
I'm happy to go, Ricardo, and this will just give me the opportunity to come back to Medicaid renewals. Our tagline now is Act Now, Stay Covered. I do think ensuring folks have coverage. So whether it's Medicaid or through DC HealthLink or employer sponsored, all the things that Mila mentioned earlier, as far as allowing special enrollment periods, whether as an employer or the opportunities through DC HealthLink over the next year. I mean, coverage is such an important, facet to making sure someone has access to care. And if you have access to care and can take care of your health, the likelihood that you can be, active and thriving in your community is that much more important, or much more likely. So I think, keeping that high level of coverage in the district, we have a strong commitment to it. You can tell with our 97% coverage. I've worked in other states where it's quite the opposite. It shouldn't be considered a luxury. I believe healthcare is a right, but I think that's one thing that we want to keep keep us in that same place with that high level of coverage, so folks have a better chance of accessing care.
Great. Tamara, how about you next?
Sure, thank you. I would echo coverage, number one. I would say, and I think many others on the panel would say, workforce is just a huge issue for all of us. I think workforce from the standpoint of wages, workforce from the standpoint of incentives. The district and the government have loan repayment programs and a variety of other incentives. We need to think about other incentives to get workers here and to keep them here. Safety, I know the prior panel talked about the district and safety, and how are we dealing with safety in healthcare facilities? How are we dealing with safety and violence in community? And how does that impact individuals wanting to come to work in the district and work? And then I think the council member mentioned, facilitating licensure and all those kinds of things, and making it easier for people to get in and get licensed and to work in the District of Columbia. But workforce is, I think, one of the largest challenges we'll face.
I agree with that one. Greg?
Yeah, I would echo everything my colleagues have said. I would also add the crisis around maternal and infant mortality. We know that there are a lot of programs that are out there. MedStar Health partners with Mama Toto Village and the Community of Hope to bring care to the patient, as Tamara and Melissa have talked about previously. It's a terrific opportunity, and we're seeing positive outcomes regarding the gap between Caucasian births and non-Caucasian births. However, the playing field is changing. We are seeing an increased number of teen pregnancies. We are seeing more substance abuse in pregnant women, and with the increase in immigration with the citizens that were brought up from Texas to DC, it's not the way it was 3 years ago. So as we continue to initiate these, these partnerships between the community and the healthcare systems, we can't take our eye off the ball because the challenges are just getting more and more difficult.
Mila, how about you?
And I would agree with everything. I would add, really in the next 12 months, the challenge, if each of us can just identify one thing that we can focus on that will help us to get to more equity, to promote social justice. Just one thing that each of us has the power to change and engage in an intentional, concerted effort to change that, whether it's internal, to examine what processes, what we do now that may have an unintended consequence for some populations we serve, or whether it's how we implement external things. So that's my challenge to each of us and everyone who's watching this. Pick one thing in the next 12 months to change to get us to a more socially just community and city.
Great. And Councilmember Henderson, I feel like I should join your staff. I feel like I just gave you your next session's agenda for the committee. But final words from you, anything you'd like to add to the list?
Yeah, so I mean, you gave a timeline, next 12 to 18 months. The biggest for us, we need an on-time delivery of Cedar Hill Regional Medical Center. So from an infrastructure standpoint, we also need to open up that second urgent care center as well, which I think can relieve some of the pressure that we're seeing for some of our hospital emergency rooms on their patient intake and things that are happening there. But also something that's front of mind, sort of echoing Tamara around the workforce issue is like, how do I recruit and get more younger people interested in health type of careers? Right before this panel, I had the firefighters in my office talking about paramedic academies, EMT programs that can be done in high schools. They're thinking too about how do we replenish the workforce as we're heading into a retirement bubble. But talked about this with with the Home Health Association and long-term care folks too, right? We need more CNAs, we need more home health aides. So I think that's something that I'm going to be trying to work with my colleagues on, as well as the school system around thinking, as we are rethinking high schools already, how do we rethink it in a way that can introduce some careers in a vo-tech way to fill some of these vacancies that we're seeing right here in our city.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists this morning for taking time out. We have ended on time, so I will stop talking and just say thank you to the DC Chamber of Commerce, and I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the conference and have a great day.
Good morning, President Franco and Chairwoman Kenlow, and to all of the distinguished attendees today. My name is Stacy Burnett. I'm the Senior Director of Government and Regulatory Affairs at Comcast in the Beltway region. And Comcast is proud to support the DC Chamber and all that it does to advocate for businesses in DC and in the region. So Comcast has been a service provider in the District of Columbia for 23 years. And we invest in every community across the United States where we provide our products and services. And here in the District of Columbia, we've invested over $162 million in cash and in-kind services to local nonprofits over the past 3 years. And that includes installing what are known as lift zones. And these are 42 places in the District of Columbia where DC residents can go and connect to the internet for free. We partner with nonprofits, churches, community centers to make these lift zone facilities available. And that brings me to my point that I want to make today. So I want to just take 2 minutes to share information with all of you about the US government's Affordable Connectivity Program. As we all know, the digital divide remains an issue in the United States and specifically in the District of Columbia. And it's estimated as of January 2022 that a quarter of DC residents do not have broadband internet access in their homes, with those being, that number being over 35% in wards 5, 7, and 8. Wards with predominantly African-American populations. DC's disparities are greater than those elsewhere in the Washington region. DC residents' lack of high-speed internet in their homes is not driven by coverage. In other words, broadband infrastructure is everywhere in the Washington DC, in Washington DC proper. Rather, DC residents' lack of high-speed internet has everything to do with cost. And so I want to share with you information today about the federal government's Affordable Connectivity Program, also known as ACP, that allows individuals and families to receive a $30 credit every month so that they can have internet service. And when you sign up with Comcast, which is our residential service is called Xfinity, you can sign up with Internet Essentials or Internet Essentials Plus, and your entire bill is paid for by way of the federal government program, the subsidy that you get every, the $30 subsidy that you get. So individuals and families qualify if they receive any type of public assistance, any type of federal support. So examples are SNAP, TANF, Social Security, Pell Grant recipients, veterans benefits. If you live in public housing support, all of those programs, you qualify for the Affordable Connectivity Program to get the $30 benefit every month. And that $30 benefit amounts to $360 in savings every year. It's estimated that 20 million Americans in the United States are receiving the Affordable Connectivity Program benefit. And in the District of Columbia, the US government estimates that 55,000 families are currently receiving this benefit in the District of Columbia. And I want to encourage everyone listening today, let's get everyone who qualifies for this program in DC connected to the program so that they can all benefit from internet service at home. So if you are interested in finding out more about how to get connected, you can simply go to xfinity.com, xfinity.com, scroll down, and you'll see information on the Affordable Connectivity Program. And so I want to thank the panelists in advance that you're going to hear from on this Workforce Development and Education panel. It's through the work of these esteemed panelists that the District of Columbia will reach its greatest potential. It's through their work and their thought leadership. So we really need to hear from this panel. And I think we can all agree that when we invest in our residents, we invest in our future. And as a DC resident, I'm anxious to hear how our panelists recommend that we invest in our residents so that we can reap huge rewards in the future. So I want to introduce the moderator for this panel. It's Paul Kine. He is the Deputy Mayor for Education. So let's all wait with anticipation as we hear from the entire panel. Paul, I'm turning it over to you.
Thank you, Stacy, and good morning, nearly afternoon to everyone here. Stacy, thanks for all your support for the city, and in particular, I'm reminded of the great support you and Comcast provided during the pandemic to help get our students connected, so students and families, so thank you so much for that. I am Paul Kine. I have the honor of serving as Mayor Bowser's Deputy Mayor for Education, overseeing on her behalf the public school system and indeed the workforce system across the District of Columbia. And we'll have a good conversation today with three important leaders of these systems across DC. We are going to hear from Chancellor Lewis Ferebee of DCPS. We'll hear from UDC's brand new president, Dr. Maurice Eddington, and of course, a person known to us all through his incredible civic engagement and service, Chairman Antoine Ford from the Workforce Investment Council, as well as a prominent employer here in the district. And I'm here to moderate a good conversation. I'm also here to share with you how incredibly proud I think we should be of the system that we've got. We have a very, very strong education to employment system that has done incredible work, and we have a lot of work to do together. I wanted to share with you up front some of the strengths of the system. Our graduation rate has been climbing for 14 years. We now have a 75% graduation rate from our K-12 system. We've just gotten the results from our standardized test, our PARCC scores, and I'm proud to report that those scores are once again going up post-pandemic. We saw similar growth to what we saw before the pandemic in both reading and math. And I'm very proud to say every single student population saw growth in learning outcomes this past year, which is a credit to our schools. Our unemployment rate now is hovering around just above 5% across the district, which is a credit to a lot of the work of employers and of course our workforce system itself. So there's a lot of strength across DC. And at the same time, we know, as I said, there's lots of work to do. We know, for example, that our unemployment rate in Ward 8 is 12%, so more than double the average. We know, for example, that of every 8 ninth graders, 8 of every 100 ninth graders in Washington, D.C., only 8 actually complete a 4-year degree. We know, for example, that of the 19 really great jobs that form platforms to move on and enter the middle class for our residents, our current system only trains for 6 of them. We train for 6 of the 19 great jobs that we know about that exist in the district. So we've got lots and lots of work to do together, and there's no better group of leaders, I think, in the country to help support and sustain this work than the folks we've got on the panel today. So we'll have a conversation about how we ensure that the journey of our residents from childhood through adolescence into post-secondary and into work can be strengthened and sustained, how we knit together the fabric of our education and workforce systems. There's no better place to start than with Chancellor Lewis Ferebee, who's been at the helm of DCPS for 5 years and has been relentlessly focused on the topic under discussion today. And Chancellor Ferebee, I want to welcome you. And I also want to start by asking you what I'm sure a lot of us wonder about, which is, what do you hear from students? What do you hear from young people about what they need to be successful as we ground the conversation?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kine. It's great to be here today for the State of the District Regional Conference. Also honored to be with my colleague, President Eddington, and also Chairman Ford. I appreciate all the highlights of the outcomes in DC public schools in DC, especially is, I think, a testament to the work that our educators doing, and really proud of our industry certifications and career pathways that DCPS provide. Having said that, I think what's really important to our students and top of mind is they're ready to work. And they're ready to work now. We're hearing from our students a desire to secure their financial futures as early as possible. They know that there is money to be made out there in careers, both in college and career performance tracks and curriculum and opportunities provided. And so they want those opportunities now. They want those opportunities in high school, and they're ready to get on that pathway now. Students are also looking for ways to gain internships, apprenticeships, employment, various levels while they're in high school. And I think there's a keen awareness, not only the importance of starting their career pathway now, but also to avoid the debt that many of our college students have taken on, and the challenge of that, especially given the conversation we've had around student loan debt. So again, I think they're really, really dedicated and committed to starting their careers now.
Thanks so much, Chancellor. I know over the past 5 years, at least in my observation, you have devoted a lot of energy to high schools and secondary students and actually creating those new kinds of opportunities. As the world changes around us, it seems like you have intuited that our high schools have to change too. So do you mind just sharing briefly a little bit about what work you've been focused on and DCPS has been focused on to get kids more ready for what comes next?
Yeah, we're committed that by high school, our students are ready to explore one of our 30 industry recognized certifications or our 25 distinct pathways. And we ensure that our pathways are high demand careers, but we've also provided our high schools the opportunity to be entrenched in a community-driven redesign process. So every high school in DCPS has an opportunity to raise their hand and rethink their programming. And that is done with an enormous amount of community engagement where students, community members, families are helping drive the instructional program of that school. And so, for example, we have entrepreneurship, financial literacy as a focus at Cardozo High School. And many of our high schools are rethinking the way that students also learn outside of the classroom. So what students said to us is, hey, it's great to get what we get in the classroom, but we want to learn in our community where we live. And we have tremendous experiential learning experiences that students have access to as a result of these redesign efforts, but also, again, the ability to start to build a career earlier.
And Chancellor, I'll conclude this part of our journey by asking you a fundamental question about equity and access, because sometimes we create new programs and we put them in parts of the city that remain far from students who are farthest from opportunity. So can you just talk a little bit about how your career and technical education programming is actually centering equity?
Yeah, absolutely. So we believe that career and technical education plays a pivotal role in advancing our equity work to ensure that we're eliminating opportunity gaps, removing barriers to academic and social success, particularly for our students of color. And so we know that obtaining industry recognized credentials is one of the ways in which we can address some of the disparities in our community. And that includes areas such as QuickBooks, biotechnology, construction trades, just giving our students a leg up and more opportunities and options for post-secondary success. So last year, just to give you some of the numbers, we had over 4,800 students enrolled in our career and technical education programs across our 16 high schools, and 70% of those learners were Black students. And so we know that not only our Black students are showing up in our career and technical education programs, but they're thriving and they're starting to build their careers, and they're also starting to be professional leaders. And we know that having a large number of students in these programs is important to address some of the disparities we see. But we also, is important to know, to have a strong contingencies in other programs, such as JROTC, engineering, biomedical science, computer science. So students are taking courses in these areas as they're pursuing various career pathways as well. And we know by introducing these pathways, especially leading to certifications, we're creating established pipelines that will help our students go directly to the workforce. And then we also are continue to think about the intersection with students who have disabilities. We have River Terrace, where we have a large population of students with IEPs. We set them up with success with our Academy of Hospitality and Tourism. So we know that's another way to address disparities as well, knowing that that population needs to have the ability to take care of themselves and their families.
Thank you, Chancellor. It sounds like a strong focus on access, but also on high quality programming that will land you in really good jobs. So it sounds worlds away from the kind of voc ed that I was familiar with in the 1970s. So congratulations on your work. But we'll continue along our journey now, and we'll come appropriately to our very own University of the District of Columbia, which for those of us that follow that institution understand that it is actually a big part of our public school system in Washington, D.C. A high proportion of UDC students actually come directly from our K-12 public schools. And we are thrilled to have a brand new president, Dr. Maurice Eddington, in the role. And Dr. Eddington, it's both a blessing and a curse that you are here so early in your tenure, because you know so little, but you know enough to be dangerous. So we'll start off by asking for some observations from you. You've got your flagship institution at UDC, which provides four-year and graduate programming. You've got a community college at UDC, which is vital to our ecosystem in lots of ways. And you've also got a separate workforce center providing free workforce training to residents. And you have these three different components, if you will, of this wonderful institution. As you have come on board, what are some of your observations about how integrated and seamlessly these entry points work for residents, and how much they work coherently together?
Thanks, Paul. And good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. At UDC, we're working very hard to ensure that we have as many pathways as possible available for our students to receive education and training to enter into the workforce. And as Paul stated, UDC is very unique in that our structure and academic programming provides entry points at essentially every level, from workforce development. Students can receive certificates all the way up through the associate's level, bachelor's, master's, doctoral, professional degrees. And so we have pathways into our university system at every level. And there's not many, if any, other universities in the nation. And so it's important for us to make those pathways and connections seamless internally. And so, Paul, I've observed, as you might imagine, spent a lot of time researching, assessing, and evaluating how we operate with that goal to have a seamless pathway and contribute to this ecosystem in the district's public education sector. And so what I have observed is the institution has been working very hard to move towards that goal and vision. And one of the great things that we did is we're structured such that the heads of those different programs, they are all administratively on the same level. They're all headed by deans, academic deans, and that's very important because they see each other as partners and peers. And then our org structure is such that they report up through our chief academic officer. And so there's a lot of built-in collaboration that comes with that structure. So those deans work together very closely on a regular basis. And they've begun to put the foundation down in terms of that seamless pathway concept. And I see we have some opportunities to build on that by adopting this mindset where we have the seamless component, right? Where we're fluid and we abandon the silo mentality, right? In higher ed, it's built around a silo. Each program looks and defines success based on its own definitions. The world has changed, as you said earlier, and so we had to rethink how we work together because the definition of success has changed for students. As the chancellor said, high school students, he said, want jobs now, and same for students who come to us at the different levels. They want to work because there's a lot of gainful employment. So we're working with our leaders in those programs to adopt that mindset that allows us to structure and offer programming that will meet the needs of those students with their mindset as well as the workforce needs, which have changed. And so that means we have to have curricula that connect each of those different sites. Workforce development, we should have pathways to the community college. Community college, there should be seamless pathways to the bachelor's programs so that all the credits transfer, right? The experiences that they get at one site are meaningful and used as a foundation to build to the next site. So that takes continued cooperation, planning. But Paul, it's really about us adopting a mindset where that seamless component is seen. And then also one other thing, opportunity for us is to do more work with making students aware of the destination points along the path, right? When they start, no matter where they start, we make them aware of all of the destinations. So even if they come to us and say, well, we came here for this credential, we're going to let them know that there are other credentials along that pathway and encourage them to consider all of those options. And then they'll be better positioned to make the decisions that's best for them.
President Eddington, thank you for that. It sounds like you've got a view, there's work to do internal to UDC to build connections and pathways through articulation agreements and credit transfer and credit for experience and so forth. So we wish you the best with that. I'd like you just briefly, if you don't mind, to now comment on what this might mean externally in terms of UDC's partnerships. What are the best practices or strategies that you think the university might consider adopting to foster greater connection with the K-12 system and, of course, with our employer partners?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think with looking at the K-12 system, it's first identifying what our goals are and agreeing on a shared vision. And that's something that we've begun. Chancellor and I have had conversations already about what we both want to see and how we can each support and help each other. And then once we agree on that shared vision, along with the vision of the mayor and Paul and your team in the education sector, right? We all have a shared vision. Then it's about defining the specific aspects, like you mentioned, transfer credits and articulation agreements, right? So the chancellor and I are talking about very specific agreements and partnerships that we want to establish between our university and those schools across the city, and then really work hard on our end to understand what the needs are at each of those school sites, and so that we can be positioned to provide attractive options and pathways for students across the whole city. And so we're going to work.
Let me jump in for a second. Chancellor, why don't you tell us what's happening at Anacostia, just briefly as an example?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Khan, for that question, because we're really thrilled that we've entered into a new partnership with the University of District of Columbia to offer an early college program where students have the ability to earn college credit in their experience in high school at Anacostia. And we have specific areas of focus. So we're very fortunate that we have actually staff from UDC at Anacostia right now. We are studying areas of agriculture and science right now, and we plan to build upon that. So President Eddington and I have talked about the importance of dual enrollment. I believe it gives students a tremendous leg up with their college journey. Not only do they get a chance to earn credits, but we know that they're more successful in their college experiences. It builds confidence, which is really important for our students. And it is no cost to the student. And so those college credits can stack up financially for a family. And so we know that this is a really important option for our students. And it's something I want to expand. I shared with President Eddington, this is just the beginning. I think what's possible with dual enrollment in the University of District of Columbia.
Thanks, Chancellor. I want to bring in Chairman Ford on this now, because clearly what we're talking about is preparing our youth and young people for something really important, good jobs and happy lives. And Antoine, you sit in a very interesting seat because you straddle the domains of workforce training through the Workforce Investment Council, and also as an employer and as a strong participant in the world of employers in DC, you've got this employer hat as well. I wanted to start, as we continue our journey now, as our young people get older, with the workforce world here. We know it's very fragmented and complicated. We've got 17 government agencies at last count that provide direct training or grant-funded training. We've got CBOs, hundreds of individual programs. Could you just unveil this complexity for us a little bit? In other words, what should we all know about the workforce system that we don't, or what do we think we know that's wrong?
Yeah, no, I really appreciate it. And thank you guys so much for joining. I love the way you're telling this story, Deputy Mayor. I think one of the things that we have to see when I first got in this position is that everyone has a desire to help with the workforce system, ranging from agencies to organizations to nonprofits. And we've created some integrated silos. And I know that's an interesting word because some of them are talking and some are not. And I think one of the issues that businesses will get into at times is, who am I talking to and what am I talking to them about? And I think that's some things we really need to talk through, because I love the way we're getting, as I almost see myself as a workforce evangelist, to try to get everyone under the same tent. So we'll say, great, I'm talking to UDC. We're talking to the DC public school systems about what they're doing. We're talking to the federal city council, and we're saying, hey guys, how do we make sure we're communicating and making it easy for people to take a path forward? And so ranging from our kids getting exposure to the jobs, to our kids working with community college and UDCs are saying, how do I get internships and apprenticeships? And I think the biggest myth that's out there is that the workforce system is an entitlement program. I see it, honestly, as a supply and demand program at the end of the day, particularly for those folks that need jobs right now, particularly for those folks in communities that we need jobs in cybersecurity and healthcare and nursing, where there are jobs. There is a massive demand for those jobs, and we have the supply. It's just a matter of putting them together. My analogy I often use is gold and diamonds often need to be refined. We got a lot of gold and diamonds in this city. We just need to refine them a little bit and put them through the processes and really get them in touch with the people that really need them. And so the biggest thing we have to continue to do is to continue to bring all of the systems under the same tent. I think with the WIC, we're able to do that and have them communicate to each other. With the other organizations, we're having this sense of come under the tent and let's make sure we're communicating more effectively when it comes to the workforce programs.
So Antoine, let me ask you, as a follow-up to your provocative statement that we need to shift this from an entitlement program to one in which supply and demand are better matching up. In your mind, what are the one or two things that should be the priority for all of us to make that transition?
I think one of the things that we have to do, and also I'm glad I got my educators here, is to make sure we understand people need two things. One, they need to see what's available to them, both parents and students. We did a study with the WIC about a year ago, and one of the biggest issues is that people didn't understand the job availability, and people didn't understand what does it mean to be a professional in this job, and what does it mean to be a cybersecurity or developer or a nurse or healthcare. And once they got access to what was possible, our students became like, wow, I think I can do that. As long as they're staying in their silo within a neighborhood, right? Now I'm in Ward 8, so they may be in parts of Ward 8 now, and they never get exposed to it. They never understand the possibilities. And I think that's one thing. The second
thing— interrupt you there and ask Chancellor, how do you solve that problem?
Oh, well, I think exposure is critical in students seeing the world outside of their community and their neighborhood, which is, again, I think one of the reasons we have doubled down on this idea of experiential learning and learning within various sectors of our community and understanding what opportunities exist. Our young people, like I said, they're thinking about work, but they want to work in DC. They're committed to their city and they want to work and live where they were raised. Now, where I think we have a critical role to play in getting everybody under the tent, as Chairman Ford mentioned, is the commitment from our employers to DC students. And how do we create pathways of promise where there's guaranteed enrollment and employment, and a pathway here right in the District of Columbia?
Antoine, what does that look like? Can you guarantee young people work?
Well, one of the things is that I can't guarantee it, but I'm certainly going to push the business community to make sure they do everything they can to open up the opportunities. The key thing there, Deputy Mayor, is that you have folks like Angela Franco, who's also on the WIC, right? And we have individuals where we cross-pollinate individuals. And for us, the one thing we need to also understand is that some of our kids that are in some communities need a little bit more help around wraparound services. They have, and Chancellor mentioned it, they have the desire, they have the passion to do it, but maybe their environment may not be as conducive to being able to do it. Let's look at transportation. We have individuals, and we've been talking about this with our transportation infrastructure. There's jobs that open up at 6 o'clock. We got to go and talk to individuals in transportation to be able to get our students to those jobs before Metro opens. So we got to look at any gating issue that we have, and we're grateful to have the relationships to be able to do that. But we have to make sure that the employability factors with kids who've not been exposed to things, and I'm grateful for the systems that DOES has and some of the nonprofits. We're looking at resumes and looking at some of the gating issues, healthcare issues that we look at that are gating, that we work together collectively such that we can say, if a kid in Washington, D.C., which I'm a native of, wants an opportunity here, let's remove every barrier that we can. And we need the community college and we need UDC to be a part of removing those barriers that we can look at.
Antoine, you have named the idea that we've got to remove obstacles, and you've actually given some good examples of that. President Eddington, I want to ask you, I know for a fact that in every university I've ever seen, there is a position that's usually titled something like the Dean of Student Success. And based on your experience so far of what you've seen at UDC, and of course, your long career in higher ed, what are the best ways to actually support students to surmount the kinds of obstacles that Antoine has mentioned, and to do that in a way that then helps to build the kind of life skills and job readiness skills that are required?
Yeah, thank you. I think Antoine mentioned the word that captures the essence of the approach is wraparound. And so what I've seen and some of the work I've been engaged with is really looking at ways to ensure that, one, we have all of the type of academic support services that are available, and then use data and analytics in our approach to assess and evaluate each individual student as best as we can to identify opportunities and areas where they need to improve, and then be intrusive with connecting that student with the particular set of services that they need, right? And so that's a shift in the traditional approach, which is just you have a canned set of services, you encourage students to go, and then you wait till the semester's over to see how things turned out, right? So it's that intrusiveness and having those suite of services available. But as an institution, as an organization, you know, it's adopting the mindset that it's our responsibility to direct the students before they get too far along and then have to suffer from having, you know, those deficiencies or lacking certain foundational skills, right? So it's being aggressive. And so that's something that we're looking at very closely here, identifying our services and looking for opportunities to invest and increase our staffing and adopt best practices because it works. And then also the last part of that is having a keen focus on student outcomes, having an outcomes-oriented mindset, and then using that as a barometer of how well we're doing, right? And so when we look at the outcomes, and you mentioned some statistics earlier, we want to really understand how we're tracking, and then that also tells us where to amplify those services and supports. But so just really using those best practices that we know work and adapting them to the environment here.
So that all sounds incredibly important. And I think each of you is involved in different ways in providing wraparound supports, thinking about how to ensure the success of young people as they travel on this journey from our K-12 system through our post-secondary system and workforce, and then into the world of work. There's a second question, which is a bit of a conundrum for many of us, which is, why can't we actually get the number of people that we need to fill these jobs that we've got that are really good jobs? Nursing, for example, mental health clinicians for schools, for example, not to mention many, many, many others. And so my question is, what do we have to do together to ensure that the pathways that we're supporting students along, building these important life skills, will actually also lead to family-sustaining careers that we actually currently have right now in Washington, D.C. My office did a small piece of research which I shared at the beginning. We identified 19 jobs in the city where there will be lots of openings that pay well and that are good gateway jobs. They're good first jobs for young people. And of those 19, we're currently training collectively towards only 6 of them. And so my question for this illustrious panel is, what should we be doing together that we're not doing to basically strengthen our pathways into the jobs that we already have?
I'll give you one and then turn it over to these other great panelists. Interestingly enough, some of the jobs that we have a criteria for hiring that is no longer needed. So I'll give you an example. Government contractors have a requirement for a certain level of education and a certain level of experience, where now we're looking at critical thinking and credentials. And so if you look at people that are required in the GSA schedule or certain schedules that you have to do, they have to change, because in some cases, the hiring organizations have a requirement that may be 10 years old, no longer needed, but required by law. And those things are critically important that we need to sort of remove. And the other last one is just streamlining the hiring process. It's sometimes too old, and we have to look at that. We saw that in a pilot that we were running when in the hospitality industry.
Yeah, I'm enthusiastic and really optimistic about the workforce advisory councils we have. I think the ability, Deputy Mayor, to dissect the industry, what it takes. I agree with Chairman Ford about the certifications. You know, we see that. You mentioned the dearth of mental health professionals. We're working with universities to grow our own and understanding the pipeline. And so I think having MedStar at the table and being a thought partner with the needs and demands in the healthcare industry is important. It's helping us plan thoughtfully about how do we create the right experiences for our students. I think what's happening in our Advanced Technical Center is a great example of that, where we are creating the right conditions with the equipment, the tools that students need to learn these critical skills and then to go out into the workforce. But again, I just do another call for having students get those experiences as early as possible and pathways where we need them. And I think when they get opportunities to do that and earn some dollars at the same time, we have the best opportunity possible to close some of those gaps that you've described.
Thanks, Chancellor. In fact, you've just named something that I wanted to raise up because it's a real point of pride for us as a city. And I think for all of us on this panel, when I look across the room here, which is our Advanced Technical Center. And just to let folks know who may be unfamiliar with it, this is a very beautiful purpose-built site currently in the Eckington neighborhood, which is providing high-quality career and technical education training in the fields of nursing and cybersecurity to any high school student in the city who wants access. And currently there are 12 schools represented in this one location. The city provides transportation to and from this center. They get access to these incredible facilities with servers and mannequins and all kinds of stuff like that. And very importantly, they're being taught by college level educators, getting college credit from both Trinity and the University of District of Columbia for being there. And this was all designed in close partnership with employers. So you've got employers in leadership, you've got OSSI, which is driving the overall program, our state education agency, you've got DCPS and charter high schools in attendance, and you've got these wonderful higher ed partnerships. So that's a physical manifestation of the kind of collective work that I think we can do together. And I wanted to ask each of you to comment on what you think the opportunities are for an expansion of that kind of partnership, and whether you are as excited as I am about the Advanced Technical Center. Dr. Eddington, we'll come to you first.
No, thank you. Yeah, no, I and we at UDC are very excited. You know, as you mentioned, we are partners, and we look forward to have an opportunity to expand our offerings. But for us, you know, it goes back to that pathway concept. And this is another pathway that's opening up where UDC, as a university partner, has an opportunity to contribute to training and producing the type of talent that we need here. And so we contribute by having faculty teach at the center, and by hosting and offering some of the programs on our site. And so I think for us, it really fits into that big shared vision that we have as a district, to have the focus on preparing our residents to enter the workforce and be well prepared, and be a willing partner in identifying what we as a university can contribute to that shared goal. And so we look forward to continuing and expanding that relationship that's already in place.
Thank you. Before I turn to some audience questions, let me see if Chancellor Fairby or Chairman Ford have observations about the Advanced Technical Center.
Well, I would be remiss if I didn't call out our fearless leader, Mayor Bowser, for the bold investments. We wouldn't have the ATC without her leadership. But I do think, this idea of guaranteed employment, I'm going to come back to that, I think is a way to get everybody under the tent. The students check all the boxes. We should be able to say to them, you have a job here in the District of Columbia.
Yep.
The other request I think is important for me to call out is that we do need opportunity for educator externships where our educators can observe, learn in environments of the workplace and take back what they're seeing to their classroom. And so there is some adult learning, I think, that needs to take place for us to be really skilled at the type of instruction that needs to take place for critical thinking, workforce development in our classroom in DC public schools.
Chairman Ford?
Yeah, one big statistic that I love this fact is right now there is a 0% unemployment for cyber professionals. And in this country, there's 700 to 800,000 unfulfilled jobs. So Chancellor Fairby, when you talk about guaranteed jobs, what they're doing there is guaranteeing them a job. Nursing has the same impact. So the focus they had at the Advanced Technical Center is right on, spot on when it comes to supply and demand.
I think it's good. It's a good chance now to turn to a question we got from the audience, which is right on target here, which is, what do you all think you need from each other in order to be successful here? So, Chancellor Fairby, I heard you say you want guaranteed jobs. Chairman Ford, you alluded earlier to the idea that we need to have folks coming out of the system who are skilled and ready. But if you had to take a moment now to give each other some advice, this is our great Oprah moment here in our Zoom room. But if you were to look at each other and say, this is what I need from you in order to help our residents be more successful, what would you say to each other?
Well, I'm happy to start because I had a chance to host President Eddington in my office recently, and he was all ears. So I took advantage of that opportunity. But what I share with him is that I think it's important that the courses that students take at UDC be transferable to wherever students want to go next in their college and career journey. And so I've asked of him for us to think about, not only how do we bolster dual enrollment, but how do we make the coursework that students take as nimble as possible, flexible in such a way that students can pivot quickly and they're in the best position to experience success with college and career. So he took great notes and committed to following up. And I look forward to, exploring what's possible with our public university. I think the importance of the public school and the public university collaborating well together can really, I think, be a launching pad for what's next with workforce development here in DC.
Thanks, Chancellor. Anything you need from Chairman Ford?
He's going to keep pulling people under the tent. So I want him to continue to refine his spirit of bringing everybody together. But I do seriously think that, pushing employers to be a part of our advisory councils, I want to come back to that. We didn't just get to our work around cybersecurity in nursing through chance of circumstance, we have people at the table driving that discussion and that planning. And so I think there's many others. I mentioned construction industry earlier, but whether it's HVAC, whether it's electrical work, biotechnology, I mentioned, like we want those employers with us when we're planning and thinking, and that's K-12. And I know President Eddington feels the same way with the higher ed partnerships as well.
Thank you, Chancellor. Chairman Ford, can I come to you next? What do you need from the Chancellor and from our new president of UDC?
Good, because I got a shopping list, so that's great. So to the Chancellor, one of the things, and you're doing this today, which I really appreciate, it is two things. One, the critical thinking, the problem solving. When we did a survey, they talked about what are the things that employers wanted. Outside of the skills and credentials, they wanted people that could help them solve problems, because in an economy that's up and down, we need problem solvers. We need people that can come and help us, particularly this next generation. And the earlier you can do that in the kindergarten, right, first, second grade, the better they're prepared, because they think about those problem solving all the time. And you guys have been doing that. The involvement in the business to be a part of that would be great. The other thing that would be, and I don't know, and this may be a separate conversation we have to have, getting credit, school credit for apprenticeships, because I want it to be a win-win for the students, that we can design more apprenticeship programs. Deputy Mayor, you know how important that is for the young people. And if they can get the credits in school, I think we can encourage them to seek more. And I can then pull the business community to say, not only is this important to you, and you get access to the students in their juniors and senior years, they also get credit for it.
Chairman Ford, you'll be pleased to know we've got 200 high school students getting credit for advanced internships right now, and that number is low, but I think that's a good start.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Thank you for that. Dr. Eddington, I know you're the newest member of our esteemed leadership group here, but do you already know of things that you might need from our workforce or employment community through Chairman Ford and or our K-12 system represented here by Chancellor Farabee?
Yeah, and so the Chancellor, he gave a very good example of that, which is my mindset coming in, taking advantage of the fact that I'm new. That provided me an opportunity to change how we think about traditional approaches, right? And so to your question, one is, when the Chancellor and I met, it was exactly what he said, right? I didn't come to him with a list of things that I wanted from DCPS. I came to him and said, what problems, opportunities are you working to address? And then help me understand how UDC can help you realize your vision for DCPS. And then, as he said, he talked to me about what he'd like to see in terms of us and how we can support the students. And so, for the Chancellor DCPS, what I need is to have a good understanding from them about what they need. And since we have a shared vision and we're working to make sure we have a seamless pathway, we're partners. And so they can tell us and will tell us how we can help them. We're further down the pipeline, but we've abolished those silos, right? And so just really knowing what the DCPS needs from the university, and for the business community, what we really need is to, one, be very knowledgeable about the desired skill sets, right? Because it changes, and of course you focus on critical thinking, problem solving, but we need to continuously know what you all are seeing with your new hires coming in and the interns, right? So that we can pivot and know where to focus, and then also keep us in tune with where the market is, right? Where the jobs are going, because we as a university need to be nimble and dynamic, and it goes back to having that mentality about we're grounded in the mission to serve the needs of the residents and the district, and so we have to have a posture of being ready to respond. So data and information from the business community is what we need. So we will be more aggressive about engaging with you all to get that information.
Thanks, Dr. Eddington. I will observe that you are all extremely nice, and Dr. Eddington, you're excused because you're in your honeymoon phase, but I expect to hear more responses like, I need better prepared people coming out of your system, entering mine along the journey. But I did not hear that. I heard a lot of other really good and interesting ideas. We're coming up towards a close here, and I wanted to finish where we started, which is to ask each of you to think about a young person that you know and have worked with. And Chairman Ford, for example, I have thought a lot about the interns you introduced us to at the Workforce Investment Council meeting. But think about a young person who faced some obstacles that you think the system really worked well for and with to help them along their journey. And just tell the story very briefly, please. And that will allow each of us to think about some of the practical ways in which we can continue to strengthen our system. So just briefly tell the story of a young person you know, have worked with, have met on their journey, and what it was you think you or the system did to help support them. Chairman Ford, I'll start with you because you are so deeply invested in people's journeys.
Yeah, so there was a young lady who was one of my earlier interns, and we met at a DC school event. She so impressed me with the hope she had. She had a lot of hope. And one of the things that by involving her in the company and showing her certain things that we were doing, that hope started to become real. And all of a sudden, she had in her mind that not only can I become an entrepreneur, but I could also do this in a way that I can provide for my family, because she came from an impoverished community. Long story short, she eventually started a tech firm coming out of Enlighten, graduated, went to college, but she started her firm while she was in college. And so that hope was transferred to a point where she became an entrepreneur offering services. And she also didn't forget that she had to, now she actually has interns today from the DC public school system. So she did not forget where she came out of, but it was the transference of that hope to reality that I think we saw.
And what do you think supported that?
I think it was, she had a good foundation in the school system, but it was the exposure that she saw what was possible, because she was in an environment that she said, I never thought I could do this, right? Now it's possible. And that I think was important.
That's very inspiring. Thank you, Chairman Ford. Chancellor, can I come to you next?
Yes, you can. So I'm thinking about Logan, who is a student at McKinley Tech, and she's on my student advisory council. And she challenged me as I asked for their pushes as well. And she said, things are moving too slow for me. She was one of those students like, I want to work now, but I'm a freshman in high school. What can I do? She said, I'm mastering all my coursework. I want to be challenged academically. So I said, let's go. So we have created a path for Logan to take college courses now. And she's on the path to earn her associate's degree. And I think she is willing to be a champion and a student ambassador to give exposure to other students. She's currently studying in some of the computer science programming there at McKinley Tech, but she's agreed to help us explore opportunities to advance middle school students' understanding of what's available and what opportunities exist. But through a partnership with DOES, we had an ability to create a school year internship, which is an extension of our wonderful summer youth employment program. So Logan now, she's working, earning some money. She's taking some college courses. She's on the pathway to earn her associate's degree, and she just started her high school experience. And I think that's a great story to tell, that our students are so ready for what's next. And so I think we have to accelerate what's possible in that journey of what's next.
That's an incredible story of leadership and opportunity and partnership. Thank you, Chancellor. Dr. Eddington.
Yeah, so I have a more generalized version. Given the short time I've been here, hadn't had a chance to really observe an individual student, but there's a story to tell about some students that I had a chance to speak to from Anacostia High, and one of the things they shared was the exposure that they had gotten to UDC through our outreach, through the DAWN program and some of the work we're doing on the campus. But what was so fascinating to hear is about how the exposure, and not just to the university, but through aquaponics and the kinds of science, STEM-related work that they were getting exposed to, it was all new to them. And what it did is it kind of touched on something we talked about earlier. It made them more aware of something that's out there that's possible that they'd never heard of, right, in terms of a career path. And so it kind of strengthened their resolve and determination to want to pursue a higher ed pathway, right? And so I think those are the kinds of stories that we want to see, and that's where outreach from us into those communities and exposing and increasing awareness are going to continue to be very, very powerful for those students who need it most.
Thank you, Dr. Eddington. I appreciate all of those stories. We actually have a few extra minutes, so we'll go to a lightning round question also from our audience, which is, we've got a very complicated system. We are entering a tight budget year. Is there anything we're currently doing that we should stop doing? And this is a hard question for those of us that work and oversee longstanding programs and other things. But the question is, are there things we should stop doing so we can repurpose the money for better use?
Yeah, well, let me give you the, oh, no, go ahead, Chancellor.
Well, I'm biased because I think the K-12 and our K-12 system is never enough for our young people, right? So I think all our parents and families would agree. I do think we need to rethink some of the services that we provide and their value, and we're always in the process of continuous improvement to best understand, like, how do we redirect our services where we're getting the most bang for our buck and how leverage. So in DC Public Schools, we have made some shifts in where we allocate resources. We are looking to incorporate more work of, as I mentioned earlier, and we call them cornerstones, but critical experiences where students are learning within their community. And so example that we teach all of our students how to ride a bike. We're working on teaching our students to swim. They visit Nats Park. And so I think leveraging our community is a way to be more efficient with the resources that we have. And so I think
so it's not that less is more, but rather more is more. All right, Chancellor, I got you. Well, friends, unfortunately, we have to wrap with that final question. I know, Dr. Eddington, you had a thought, but we are out of time, and I apologize for that. But I did want to say thank you to each of you, not just for your participation today, but for your incredible leadership. This conversation is a reminder to all of us about how integrated all of our work is, and the mindset and approach and energy that you have brought here today simply exemplifies the work you do every day. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
one.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending today's State of the District and Region Conference. My name is Brett Green, and I serve as chair of the DC Chamber's Government Affairs Committee. The Government Affairs Committee is one of the most visible and active committees in the DC Chamber. Our officials definitely keep this committee extremely busy. I'm also the president and CEO of American Management Corporation, which I founded in 2001. As a business, we are actively tracking almost everything that's happening in Washington, DC. We specialize in advising our clients on navigating our local and regional landscape. Now let me introduce our panelists. Michael Bryce Sadler is our moderator. Michael is a reporter with the Washington Post and covers the DC government and politics for the Washington Post Metro Desk. Thank you, Michael. Penelope Gross serves as vice chair of the Board of Supervisors for Fairfax County, Virginia. Penny Gross was first elected to the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, representing the Mason District in November of 1995. The Honorable Calvin Hawkins serves as council member at large for Prince George's County, Maryland. Council member Hawkins has been a bridge between competing political interests and is very well known for bringing people of varying interests together on several highly sensitive issues, and he's also very well known for getting things done. Our Honorable Phil Mendelson, who is the chairman of our DC City Council. Phil was first elected to the DC Council as an at-large member in 1998. In 2012, Phil's DC Council colleagues selected him to become the chairman of the DC Council. And as chairman, Phil leads the council on all legislative matters and serves as the chair for the Committee of the Whole with specific oversight of the district budget. And finally, our last panelist is County Executive Mark Elrich, County Executive for Montgomery County. Executive Elrich was elected to Montgomery County Council, was elected as county executive on November 6, 2018. He had previously served 3 terms, 12 years on the Montgomery County Council as an at-large member, having first been elected in 2006. It's going to be very interesting to hear this panel discuss their issues from local and regional perspectives. Thank you again, guests. Thank you, panelists. And Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Brett, and good afternoon again to all of our panelists. It's my honor to moderate this panel now for the 3rd consecutive year. And we'll be having a discussion today about how various issues across the region impact the people and working and living here. And if we're fortunate enough, we'll get some questions from the audience as well, so I'll try to leave time for that. But in the meantime, let's jump right in. So each year since 2021, I've kicked things off with a question about the region's recovery from the COVID pandemic and the impact on local businesses and the community. I want to stick with that theme this year, but ask a more open-ended question that I think will serve as a through line in everything we'll discuss today. So what's one area that you would highlight that you still feel is the hardest negative ripple effect from the pandemic you're feeling in your jurisdiction, and what can be done about it? What's being done to address it? And Chairman Mendelson, I'll start with you on that question. What's an area you'd highlight that DC's feeling the ripple effects from the pandemic the hardest, and how are you looking to lessen that impact?
I would highlight the need to get the federal workforce back downtown. This is the problem we're seeing across the country in cities, but it's especially a problem here in the district. We just are not back to the number of people downtown, and that in turn is affecting retail. It's affecting property taxes. It's affecting all kinds of economic activity. It's almost like, I want to say it's comparable to base closings. When the federal government closes a military base, they actually provide some assistance and they sort of have a whole phase-in plan. Same effect here, but we're not getting any of that benefit. We're just lacking people and as a result, lacking economic activity.
And we'll be talking a lot more about commercial property values a little later on. County Executive Elrich, I have the same question for you as it pertains to Montgomery County. How's the county feeling the ripple effects from the pandemic, and what are you trying to do about it?
I think, I'd probably agree with Phil, though ours is, more generic. We're not as dependent on federal workers here in the county, and a lot of the workers in the county are in places with labs where you actually still have to come into work. But the general, the general vacancy rate continues to be an ongoing problem. I will say there's, I think people are beginning to see signs that they can actually convert buildings. You know, when this whole thing started, people were saying, oh my God, never going to be able to convert an office building into a residential facility. Well, we've seen major office building converted into lab space, which is another thing people said wouldn't happen. We're, you know, beginning to see the ability to do this with housing, so that may buffer this somewhat. We have, you know, somewhat fewer empty buildings, but, you know, I think that the folks who own the property would say they're struggling to get everybody back. And more than that, everybody back on a regular frequency, because you may still have property leased, but the businesses on the ground floor at street level that depend on your employees to be customers before, after, and during work, if they're not back in the offices, even if the space is leased, you're not seeing the benefit that you would get at the ground floor. So we're hoping that there's some recovery in that area coming back. We continue to be pretty aggressive about recruiting companies to Montgomery County. We've had a lot of luck in life sciences, but life sciences aren't parked, you know, in downtown Bethesda or downtown Silver Spring.
And those vacancies are such a big problem right now across the region. Supervisor Gross, I'd move to you talking about Fairfax. You know, how are you all feeling the ripple effect from the pandemic? What would you highlight as one of the main ones?
Thank you. I would sort of a hybrid of what's already been discussed. Northern Virginia has nearly 130,000 open jobs, and more than half of those are in Fairfax County. A lot of those are in cyber and security and so forth. But so I think it's the jobs piece. It's the federal contractors, especially with a looming federal shutdown, that's just going to exacerbate some of the challenges to recover from the pandemic. Repurposing buildings, absolutely, that is something that we're doing in Fairfax County, but it goes to a larger issue, which I know encompasses the entire national capital region, and that's affordable and attainable housing. So one of the things that the pandemic did not only was, you know, hit our businesses hard, it created a lot of challenges for housing for folks. Rents went up. People lost their housing because of evictions, because they weren't getting the jobs. There are just a lot of connections here in the region. And I know my colleagues, both Phil Mendelson and Mark Elrich, and Calvin too, Calvin Hawkins, we're all on the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments Board. And those are issues that run across the region, regardless of where the river is.
Absolutely, and we'll be talking more about housing as well. Councilmember Hawkins, how about Prince George's County? What would you highlight? You're still muted.
Thank you. Believe it or not, everything that has been said represent what is going on in Prince George's County, but 95% of all businesses in Prince George's County are considered small businesses. And one of the challenges we're facing, the number of small businesses that were not able to sustain during the COVID-19. And we also are dealing with how we get more residents back engaged in retail buying, because I think online shopping has really impacted our retail in the county. So I wanted to say that's probably the biggest challenge with our retail and commercial what our companies are experiencing as a result of COVID.
Thank you. That's fascinating, and I'm looking forward to talking more about retail and commercial spaces. But before we get to that, I'm going to jump into a very big topic that I know is top of mind for many residents in the district and the region in general: public safety. And it's for good reason. DC made big news this week, having just eclipsed 200 homicides at the earliest point since 1997. And across the region, police departments are struggling with staffing shortages, gun violence, crimes involving youths. Those have been points of concern. So County Executive Elrich, I'll begin with you on this question. When you hear from people who live and work in Montgomery County about public safety, what comes up most frequently, and what do you say in response to your constituents?
So there are more than one thing that comes up when we talk about this. Obviously, the most heinous things that people see are the first things people extrapolate to everything. You know, the worst becomes the norm for a lot of people, and you know, it's unfortunate, but it's a reality. And there's a lot of concern over, you know, carjackings and, you know, some of the robberies, you know, the store robberies where massive people come in. We haven't quite had that to the extent that other jurisdictions have had, but we've had some of it for sure. I think it all leads to a, you know, kind of increased sense of insecurity. We've, you know, tried to deal with this. We have more cameras than I ever thought I would see in Montgomery County. Every police car is now equipped with a dash camera that reads license plates. We can identify stolen cars much more quickly. So if you're driving in Montgomery County and you've got a car with a hot tag or, you know, the wrong tag, we're going to be finding it. And we found it to, you know, be effective in the work we're doing. We're starting a drone as a first responder because we're going to try this in 2 places where we get a drone in the air really quickly that's able to get to a scene, above a scene, before an officer might be able to get there, could potentially follow a suspect before an officer got there. So we're being pretty aggressive about that. The other thing is that the youth violence, which you mentioned, which is a big issue because, you know, I've been a little bit outspoken on this for some people. I think the legislature was very well intended in saying we've got to end this school to prison pipeline and we don't want you arresting everybody. But unfortunately, what it's done for a lot of young people, not a lot, but whatever, large enough to make an imprint in the news, is a lot of kids are saying, you know, well, great, so I can go out and do this tonight. You can arrest me, bring me in. I'm going to be out in the street and I'm going to tell you I'm going to do it again because I know you can't hold me and you can't charge me. That is really alarming. I think that's one of the most alarming aspects of this. And, you know, I'm a big believer that there are social determinants that underlie this with kids. This is primarily minority youth. If I could sit in their shoes, I'd probably look at the world and not feel there's a lot of possibility for me. If you come out of poverty and you've been generationally in poverty and you live amidst it, it's hard to figure that you're going to have a way out any more than your parents had a way out. And I think it leads to a sense of what's the point. And, you know, I was a school teacher and I saw that in 10 and 11-year-old kids sometimes. And that's really alarming. And we have no facilities. So when you say you're not going to jail, doesn't mean anybody's going to get any help. And if the parent says, you know, that my child's out of control, sending them back to their parent means there's absolutely not going to be any change in the degree of control the parents have. I really think the state, and we ought to regionally be thinking about what kind of non-criminal facilities can we create where a kid who is struggling enough that their behaviors have been problematic in what we would call a criminal world, where you can get them an education, you can get them training, you can get them counseling, and kind of pull them back from the edge they've put themselves on. And yes, it's not going to be cheap, but just walking away from this problem is not going to be cheap. Putting them back in jail is not going to be cheap, and it's going to be long-term a problem. And we really need to think about, you know, these kids will grow up to be adults and they'll raise children. It would be really good to intervene now and help them get on a path where they understand not only what they need to do now, but have a sense of what their possibilities are going forward and choose a better adult life than they otherwise might find themselves cast into.
Right. And Supervisor Gross, moving to you here and keeping with this theme of a regional approach. You mentioned you're on the COG, you started in 1996, and I know you've worked with leaders around the region on issues pertaining to public safety. So I'm curious, from your perspective, how the sentiment around public safety changed from maybe that time around when you started in the 90s to now? What parallels do you see or differences do you see?
Oh my. Well, I will say that Fairfax County still is the safest jurisdiction of its size in the country. And it was that way when I started in 1996. But I think the challenges we have now that we talk about at COG especially, you know, back in, I think it was 2005, 2004, we did a gang summit. We had 500 people show up for a gang summit. It was extraordinary, but we were very much into, with the gang issues were really starting to be apparent across the region. I think a lot of that now has gone away and they're more localized, but we had a lot of work with the Department of Justice, and some work with their Office of Juvenile, I can't remember the name of it, it's Juvenile Justice something or other. So that what Mark is talking about with young people, that was sort of something that we were focused on. I think now we are all having challenges with the number of police officers. Policing is very, very difficult these days. It's never been easy, but it's really hard these days. And so I think I know that the Washington, D.C., the district has been talking about more officers. In Fairfax County, we've been down a number of officers. We just recruited 56 people in April, which was the largest recruiting class we've seen in over a decade, and we have another class coming through now. But it is very difficult to find qualified folks to serve as our police officers. So the other piece I think that is of concern to us in Fairfax County, and I suspect in other areas, and that is just the number of pedestrian fatalities that we have in our communities, and the number of the amount of distracted and reckless driving that is happening. And we're really seeing it since the pandemic ended. People are back on the roads, and we're seeing it all over the place. But there's another piece that really wasn't part of our public safety discussion years ago, and that is the mental health piece to all of this. And what we've seen in Fairfax County recently, which is over the last couple of years, which has been very concerning to me, is the number of family domestic violence issues that we've had, where parents are killing their adult children, or their adult children are killing their parents. And you go, what in the world is going on? Part of this, a lot of this, I think, has mental health issues. And so looking at the co-responder program that some of us in the region are putting in is going to have a lot of, I think, a lot of help. It will probably change some of the ways we police, and that's a good thing. But we're seeing more and more issues with mental health, and the need for either inpatient or outpatient. If people didn't have to wait 6 or 8 weeks to see a doctor, it would be really great. But we don't have enough police officers. We also don't have enough psychologists, psychiatrists, and so forth who can actually take on these additional challenges. And we're seeing that at the local level, we're seeing it at the hospital level, and we're seeing it, I think, probably nationally. Mental health is a huge issue for us that was not there, or at least was not discussed 20, 25 years ago.
I appreciate the thorough response. Thank you, Supervisor. And then Councilmember Hawkins, Prince George's County last year, August 2022, saw its deadliest month in decades in terms of killings, homicides, 24 compared to the monthly average of 8. I'm curious, how things have gone since then. What has the county learned? And then, sticking with the point Supervisor Gross made about staffing, is Prince George's County seeing those acute challenges around staffing?
First, yes, we are experiencing challenges around recruiting men and women for our law enforcement, particularly the Prince George's County Police Department. When you reference what occurred last year, that the most deadliest month, the county exec had the insight to set up a curfew, as you may well know, and that was really effective. What we've had a chance to do with our young people, like all around the region, probably all around the country, is try to adjust to the level of violence that's occurring among them. And as the county exec said, it probably wasn't the intent, but the laws are so lenient. A young kid told me the other day, Mr. Councilmember, they locked me up. I'm gonna be back out the next day. And he and his friends were planning to carjacked someone. And I just happened to talk with them and learned that they were up to no good. We talked it through, and I had a chance to talk with Rock Newman, the former boxing promoter, and he raised a good point. He said, no, those young kids, when you see them like that, they call it free cars. I said, well, they can hurt someone. And so I think, like what the county exec said, we do need some locations or some facilities where we could get these young people the help they need. But I don't think we should leave them, allow them to stay in our communities if they are repeat offenders of criminal activities that are impacting not just those they're involved with, but innocent adults and even innocent children. Lastly, I wanted to say on that mental health piece, the county exec with the council support, as you know, we opened over at Luminous Hospital a mental health facility to try to deal with some of these situations and make sure our county police are not taking on that burden, which they should not. And lastly, as you all know, as we are attempting to recruit in the region more law enforcement officials, with all this police accountability and everyone bringing out their video cameras, the police officer's job is very difficult. So those are some of the things we're trying to tackle as well. How can we deal with some of the challenges they face, the good police officers? So we will see. We will see.
Chair Mendelson, it's been a busy week in DC. As I mentioned, we hit that 200 marker. But then also we had the confirmation hearing for the acting police chief, Pamela Smith, who's relatively new to the job. There's been a lot the other panelists have talked about in the realm of public safety. I think the juvenile topic is interesting. I think staffing is interesting. I might let you go whichever way you want to in terms of DC's problems and what you think the city should be most focused on right now.
Thank you. A few things. First of all, we did have the hearing this week on the mayor's nomination for new chief of police, and I expect that nomination will be confirmed by the council fairly soon. I think the chief will be very helpful with regard to the Metropolitan Police Department, but one person, one chief is not the solution to the entire concern about crime. The second thing I want to say is that whatever the statistics are or the reality is, perception is what's most important when we're talking about public safety. And there's no question but that folks around the region and in the district are very concerned about public safety. I do want to take a moment to criticize Congress, particularly our friends, and I don't say that with a lot of sincerity, in the House, who have, I think, really hurt the district by claiming that there's a crime crisis. That's the language, a crime crisis. All that does is just elevate everybody's insecurity with regard to safety. The fact is that Congress has not been helpful to us with regard to public safety. What most folks don't realize is that in the House side, what they have done to the federal appropriation bill, and they don't appropriate our budget, but they do appropriate money for different agencies like the courts and the U.S. Attorney, and they're simply underfunding. There is a federal reimbursement to our Metropolitan Police Department that the House Republicans have cut by about $20 million. So they are actually making the problem worse for us. There is some legislation pending in the council and that the council adopted in the summer. I think sometimes the rhetoric lends itself easily to saying, well, all that has to happen is that the council pass a law. In fact, that's not all that has to happen. Actually, pretty much everything illegal that takes place is because there already is a law. What I think is that where we can get some short-term benefits is focus on some strategies that will make an immediate difference, like working with our police who are understaffed, as is the case around the region and around the country. Are there some other ways that we can provide, I want to say manpower, but I think the correct term is person power, to help with public safety, to just try to think more creatively about that, and what resources can we give our police so that they can close more cases more quickly, What can we do to ensure that prosecutions are more quick and more aggressive? I think those are immediate strategies that could make a difference. The council of the District of Columbia has moderated a bit on the issue of public safety. I hear a lot of criticism. This is criticism of a council from about 2 or 3 years ago. Michael, you know this, just a few months ago, the council reversed a decision from 2020 to restore and voted to restore school resource officers. We've been fully funding what the Metropolitan Police Department's request has been for funding. So we are very much, as our colleagues around the region, looking for ways that we can improve public safety.
Thank you, Chairman. Shifting gears to perhaps the biggest unifier of all the jurisdictions represented on this panel, Metro, whose board is currently trying to figure out how to fill a $750 million gap in next year's budget. Metro leaders are actually recently outlined a few scenarios that would involve drawing from its capital budget to fund operating expenses, potentially at the cost of long-term fixes and upgrades. But system leaders say they'll likely need more financial help across the board from lawmakers in Maryland, DC, and Virginia to avoid service interruptions. So there's no easy answers here, but I'm going to start with you, Supervisor Gross. What's your take on Metro's funding challenge and the proposals that have been discussed so far? Is there a long-term solution to this?
That's a very good question. I think that's one of the things that COG and Metro and a number of other organizations are trying to work out together. It's been with fits and starts, as I understand, but this is so critical to the region. It doesn't matter whether you're in the District of Columbia, whether you're in Maryland or in Virginia, Metro is a foundational transportation system for us. And it has been for a long time. I remember when the very first Metro stations opened, it was from DuPont Circle to Union Station on the Red Line in I think it was 1976. And it's progressed to be a remarkable system for us. But part of the challenge is the funding mechanisms are different throughout the various jurisdictions. As I understand it, Maryland, the state of Maryland, funds a lot of the shares of the localities. In Virginia, the Commonwealth doesn't support it. Occasionally there's been a special bill done in the General Assembly, but it's up to the individual municipalities and counties to come up with their share. And then of course the District of Columbia has a different kind of funding system. And so as long as we have these really very different kinds of funding mechanisms and such incredible needs by Metro, we're going to be in a world of hurt. I do think, there's a lot of, sometimes we don't want to talk about reopening the compact, the Metro compact, and that would be rife with risk, but we need to leave no stone unturned to find a way to equitably fund Metro. We're not there yet. I think under the new general manager at Metro, we probably have a better chance of having those constructive conversations, but it's going to be a long haul. And I'm really sad to say that because I'd like to be much more optimistic. But at this particular point, it's either a very, very tall mountain to climb or it's a very deep hole to get out of. I think it's probably the deep hole.
Councilmember Hawkins, is your view as perhaps pessimistic as the supervisors when you look at Metro's funding challenge in the short and long term? And then what's the county's role in figuring out what comes next?
With the number of Metro stations we have in Prince George's County, of course, we are very concerned and very supportive of a solution that continues the operation of Metro. With New Carrollton, with Union Station getting ready to go offline, New Carrollton will become the East Coast corridor, if you will, and in place of Union Station. As we talk about what's going on with Metro, we are very supportive of our governor and our state reps doing what we need to do with the other regional leaders to put money there to fix it. But there's always something about Metro needing more money. But the number of our residents and businesses that rely on Metro, and with our intent of building transit-oriented development around our Metro stations, because we had not been doing that. So now, unlike the rest of the region, we are just starting to build around our metros. So of course, we're supportive of doing what needs to happen to get it done. But I do think what was said just now by Penny is really the issue we're all facing. How do we make this happen, especially as a local, because our money funds come from the state. So we're dealing with that. We have a voice, but we're not at the table, if you will.
Chairman Mendelson, no doubt Metro is critical to the district. What's your view on the funding gap and some of the solutions that have been tossed around about how to fund it?
Well, let me say a couple of things. First of all, I think there's going to be a short-term solution and a long-term solution. In order for Maryland and Virginia to step up, if the state is involved, the state is going to have to make decisions when the legislatures convene in January. That's 3 months from now. We're not going to have a long-term solution in the next 3 months. What's happening right now, and Penny alluded to this, is that the regional leaders are meeting through the Council of Governments. We are first trying to analyze the numbers and actually looking to the district's chief financial officer or his office to analyze the numbers, just as was done in 2018. When we get a better sense of what the real number is, and I got to tell you, just to illustrate this, in July, we were told it was about a $750 million challenge. Today, we're told it's about a $650 million challenge. When we get what the real number is, then the regional representatives are going to talk about, well, how are we going to divide this up and how are we going to fund this? It is an opportunity to revisit how we are funding WMATA. I mean, personally, I think ideally if there was a regional tax, but I don't know that the regional jurisdictions will all agree to that. But the point I want to make is that there's an opportunity to revisit how we fund. But there'll be a short-term solution. What can we do for the fiscal year, WMATA's fiscal year that starts next July? And if it involves the legislatures, there'll be a quick fix. And then we'll be looking for a long-term solution that will address not only this fiscal cliff, because the federal money is going away next year, the federal COVID relief money is going away, but also there have been some questions about whether the capital funding is sustainable or whether it runs out in a few years. In that regard, anyone who suggests that we can shift capital money to operating because there is authority to do that, it's a mistake. What it does is it just brings a capital crisis, this state of good repair. It just accelerates that being a concern. You know, there was a derailment today, and that highlights the need for safety. So shifting capital is not going to be a solution, and service cuts are not going to be a solution. Service cuts would be devastating. In order for service cuts to get us close to $650 million, we would be closing down dozens of metro stations, or we would simply be eliminating scores of bus routes. So that is not like we'll just change bus service from 10-minute to 15-minute frequencies. No, it would be much more dramatic than that. So I want to go back to, there'll be short and long-term solutions. Everybody in the region is working together on this. We're trying to get a better handle on what the number is, and then we will have the fun debate over how to actually meet the funding.
Sticking with you quickly, Chairman, you had a proposal late last year with Councilmember Charles Allen to make Metro bus rides free in the district. It didn't work out. The Metro board, I think, actually dissuaded that idea, said it wasn't right. But I'm curious if you feel as though that's a possibility still, considering the state of funding with Metro?
I think it's in our future, but I'm not sure it's on the table for right now. That would be a District of Columbia cost. We can pay for buses through district riders and district government subsidy, or we can pay for district buses through a district government subsidy. I'm making that point to emphasize that whoever goes fare free, it's that jurisdiction that's going to share the cost of that or bear the cost of that. But it's just not part of this discussion right now.
Right. County Executive Elrich, what's your view on Metro's challenge right now, particularly this component about whether to draw from the capital budget or to what extent to do that?
So without a better analysis of what the cost to draw from the capital budget is, it's hard to say. The one item I thought was interesting is people have pointed out that, we're rotating cars faster than a lot of other systems are rotating cars. I'm really concerned about, things like track maintenance and the operating part of it. But I think one legitimate question is to ask, do we need to replace the vehicles as quickly as we're doing it, or can we go a little bit longer like other jurisdictions? That would buy a little bit of space, but I think, as everybody knows, it doesn't solve the problem. The bigger problem is, how this thing's been paid for. I don't think nobody's mentioned it, but maybe is the federal government's been absolutely absent. And this whole thing was built, on the heels of, let's be blunt, it was built on the heels of white flight out of DC. And the federal workers left, many of them left the District of Columbia, and it was a means of bringing those people to work back into the district. That's why the Metro line in Montgomery County is more designed to move people from the suburb into the city than to provide inter-county connectivity. It's not the kind of subway system you would build if you're building a subway system for the actual county. The feds pay nothing. They've kind of been able to take a walk on it. And in my mind, they're kind of like a jurisdiction down there. They are the federal city. And we're hauling people into the federal city. The federal city ought to understand they have a place in this. The other thing I think, they should have done this in the beginning. It was talked about, and the usual forces kept it from happening. But you think about all the Metro stops. Before the Metro stops are there, most of them were sitting on 1- and 2-story buildings, almost no development. And the Metro stops come in, and then you see a world of development, massive increases in property values. None of that went to Metro. So you put all this public money into the system, you create all this private wealth, and you capture none of the private wealth to support the system and leave everything on the backs of ordinary taxpayers. And I've suggested that we ought to look at a regional tax around the half mile around Metro for everybody. I don't think I wouldn't drive the tax so high that you wouldn't be able to keep your businesses open, but they certainly ought to contribute to it because they certainly benefited massively from the public investment. And this is just, it's an endemic problem. We deal with infrastructure. The people who benefit the most often pay the least. And, this is Metro's kind of a good example of that. This one difference between us and Fairfax County in Maryland, it's true that the state pays the county piece. On the other hand, in Maryland, we pay for all the roads in Montgomery County. We pay for 2,000 miles of roads, which is probably over 10,000 lane miles of roads. And in Virginia, the roads are paid for by the state. So it's not like we're getting a free ride off this and not paying for it. Just in our state, the state divvied up differently who's responsible for which piece of the pie. I'm not opposed to a slight fare increase. I agree with Phil that anything other than a little tinkering with stops would be disastrous for people. It would actually undermine Metro. Anything you do that reduces service, it reduces the ridership, which reduces the fare box. The trains aren't any cheaper to run if they're 10 people less per car. Doesn't make that train any cheaper to run. So it'd be like shooting yourself in the foot. So I think we need to be careful, but we got to be serious. We cannot lose this. It's critical to DC. It's critical to our workers. And I can only, people just need to think what would happen to your roadways if all these people wind up back on the road. It would be an unmitigated disaster.
Supervisor Gross, I saw you nodding your head when the idea of kind of that federal support or what their role in this came up. Do you want to elaborate a little more?
It's just that I was glad that Mark brought that up, because one of the things I thought of was, doggone it, I didn't mention the federal government when I was making my remarks. But I think another thing that Mark brings up, and it's something I know we talked about when we were preparing for this, there are specific legal differences in the structures of the District of Columbia, the municipalities in Maryland, and those in Virginia. We are in different legal structures, and so we do have a lot of people will look and say we're all all the same. No, and those legal structures do provide us some real challenges, differences between the Dillon rule, between home rule, and then the unique structure of the District of Columbia. So what Mark was saying about, what the state pays for some things and then we get it on the other side in Virginia, that's something we all are aware of as elected officials. I'm not sure the community is as aware of that, those differences. It has been a challenge for us all the time.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of the community and sticking with Metro, I'll toss this one to you, Chairman Mendelson. Are residents happy with Metro's performance? Are they happy with the new general manager? He's been in place for a little over a year. How are people feeling about the system and how it's working?
My better sense of it is that residents are not unhappy. I can't say that very many people stop me and say, hey, I'm really happy with Randy Clark. But I'm not hearing complaints. More importantly, the safety issue seems to have drifted off of the front page and even drifted off of the back pages. There was a derailment today. We'll learn more about that as in the next few days. But generally, I'm just not hearing the complaints about safety. I'm not hearing the complaints about reliability. And if anything, I'm hearing support for being more helpful to WMATA.
Councilmember Hawkins, how about you in Prince George's? What are people saying about Metro?
From what I gather, everyone is what the chair said previous to my comments. They're not saying anything negative about it. They're just happy to have an opportunity to ride back and forth. Only challenges, with some of the youth crime that may occur infrequently, and I don't know if I should use the term infrequently, but I will, on the Metro buses. But yeah, he gets a pass at this time. Under the circumstance, he and his team has to satisfy the leadership in 3 different jurisdictions. So that's quite interesting. But yeah, Metro's doing pretty good.
Well, I'll keep us moving along. We have about 15 minutes left. Obviously, while Metro ridership is increasing from where it was in the midst of the worst of the pandemic, one challenge for the system and the region, and some of you touched on it in that first question, is the prevalence of remote work. In April, the Washington Post poll found that DC area workers who participated in the poll, nearly half said they had jobs that could be done remotely. The prevalence of remote work has an obvious impact on office vacancies, and those correspond directly with lower commercial property values. That impacts taxes and can compromise funding for public services across the region. So I'll go back to you, Chairman Mendelson, with this question. DC's government has given a lot of attention to the vacancy issue, particularly because there's the unique federal component. But I'm curious what you found to be of the solutions that have been tossed around. What show the most promise in dealing with the vacant buildings we have in our downtown?
Well, we are trying to encourage conversion of office space to residential. I think everybody's looking at that now. Many office buildings don't lend themselves to conversion. It just has to do with the design of what's called the floor plate, and whether you can really get nice apartments out of those office buildings. But that's one of our strategies. We also have been looking at incentivizing the development of more residential downtown, but that's kind of more of a long-term strategy. I think short-term strategies are looking at ways to activate what's going on. Now, I see more people on our streets downtown. I don't actually hear a lot of folks acknowledging that, but I see a lot more people and a lot more cars downtown than just a couple of months ago. But I think we need to do more to activate, and that means activities. That's what I mean when I say activate. Things like if we could do that barbecue battle every week on downtown streets, that would bring a lot of folks in. But there are other activities that can occur. I think we need to do more with arts and humanities activities, like take some of the vacant retail space and put some sort of arts pop-up in that space. Pop-up means it's temporary, doesn't require the entire build out, but it's something that would attract more people downtown or keep people doing stuff after work, make the downtown more interesting. I think strategies like that, and I think I touched on this at the beginning. We also have to recognize that public safety, perception of public safety is important. And if folks feel like it's not safe, then they're not going to show up and activate. So that's got to be part of the strategy as well. I see long-term strategies, short-term strategies, and the short-term are what I think are most important.
Just like the Metro, County Executive Elrich, the Post reported in August that office vacancy rates in Montgomery County were rising faster than neighboring jurisdictions. I think that information actually came from an analysis from your office. Doesn't sound like a great figure. So what are the ramifications for the county and what are you doing about it?
Well, I mean, the long-term ramifications, depending on long-term, it depends on how long-term it is that obviously it'll lead to people requesting reassessments and lower assessments, which will generate lower taxes. The county's actually been through this once before. I think in the mid-90s, there was an enormous switch in the property tax that we got from the commercial sector, and I would assume is because of a recessionary impact on businesses. So what we're trying to do is we've been continue to be very aggressive about recruiting people here. I mean, the best antidote to this stuff is to fill it back up again. It does present opportunities for people who wanted to be close to a metro, but hadn't been able to find space close to a metro, to actually relook at some of these areas and hopefully rethink whether this is an opportunity to move closer to there. I just talked with somebody the other day whose 38,000 feet is going to shrink to 15,000 square feet. They don't ever anticipate bringing back their workforce. And so there's going to be 23,000 square feet that go up for rent. I think Phil's right that, conversions are a long-term process. You still have to have the demand for housing. And, despite what we say about demand, none of this will be affordable, or almost none of it will be affordable. And that's where the bulk of the demand is. So there's a real disconnect, which a lot of people don't like to talk about. There's a disconnect when you say there's a demand for housing and what are we doing about it and who's demanding housing? Because if you don't house those people, the number of people who can afford expensive market unit is actually only a fraction. And in our county, a smaller fraction of people looking for housing rather than the total demand for housing. So that's something that we're going to have to think about. I like Phil's idea about pop-ups. I'm a big believer in putting pop-ups in and reactivating streets. There have been, I think some landlords may have to surrender on the price point of their rent. We've heard people say, they wanted to go here, but the rent is extraordinary. I've talked to restaurants and retail people who lost spaces they were renting in the middle of all this because they couldn't meet increased rents that landlords wanted. I mean, sometimes you wonder whether this is a self-inflicted thing, but it's really troubling because when there are people who want space in these cores, it's a shame they're not able to get the space in the cores. So I think, we will continue to work through it. We're trying to make sure, I'm a big believer in telework, but I'm not a big believer in everybody teleworking every day. Not just for the economic reason, but I do think that a workplace where people don't have the opportunity to sit, talk to each other and do face-to-face stuff, that you lose something. And so I'm more than happy to figure out what's a good split over a 10-day period, how many days in, how many days out, but there need to be days in. And if we can flex them across a week, we could put more people on the ground during the day for lunch and things like that on every day of the week. So It is not going to be easy. Nothing you've talked about today
Yeah,
is easy to
That's-
solve.
that's the theme of the day. And then Councilmember Hawkins, that's a good transition to you on this question. Prince George's County Council had a pretty interesting debate recently on a policy that would have changed the legislature's rules, allowing virtual votes or for members to vote remotely. You were not supportive of that measure, and it failed. But I'm curious if there are any parallels to draw between that debate that happened within the council and this larger conversation we're having about the role remote work plays in our region and how you balance those needs.
Michael, I thought I would get through this without having to respond to it, but thank you for raising that issue. The issue was strictly about whether in our rules during COVID-19, you were able to vote and participate remotely. You still can participate virtually, but you cannot vote as a council member. That rule was to allow someone that will be out for a period of time to still have the ability to vote, not just participate virtually, but vote. I didn't support that, and it became a women's rights issue. So I want you to know, last Tuesday, we had another vote on it, and Council Member at Large Mel Franklin and I supported the bill, which would now, you needed 8 to adopt. So we're moving forward on it. I'm gonna leave it at that.
All right, let's leave it at that. Supervisor Gross, what about you in Fairfax? What's the conversation like when it comes to commercial property values and the impact on Northern Virginia and the county? What are you feeling about the trajectory in this area?
We're seeing some of the same challenges. But I want to talk a little bit about the conversion of office space, because we talk a lot about making it into housing. And of course, as Phil said, floor plates have to be correct and so forth to be able to do that. But one of the things we did in my district a few years ago, there was a vacant 3-story office building in the Seven Corners area. We needed a new elementary school because one of our schools was so overcrowded. We were able to get that building in foreclosure. And in 9 months, from the time we got it to the time the school opened, was exactly 9 months. We essentially gutted the building, inserted a school, 3 stories, first urban school in Fairfax County. And if you look at it from the outside, if it didn't say Bailey's Upper Elementary, you probably wouldn't know it was a school. It looks exactly the same. It fits in with Seven Corners. And so I think we need to look at opportunities for repurposing buildings, not just as a living space, could also be live work. You know, that is a way. I've got some other buildings in my district that are live work units that have been repurposed so that you can maintain your small business and live in the same place. Most of these are going to be small consulting firms that don't have a lot of employees, but still it's a way to keep some of the costs down. So I do think we need to look more broadly at what are the innovative ideas that can be used in repurposing buildings. I also want to talk a little bit about activating downtown. Fairfax County is, 400 square miles, 1.2 million people, and we don't have any real towns or cities. We just have areas. But Tysons is our downtown. 25 years ago, we started working on activating Tysons as a downtown. Now, excitingly, I saw an article just this week, people were talking about, oh, Tysons, you've got 25,000 people living in Tysons as well as, the 100,000 that work there. It took us 25 years to get to that point. It is taking place now. And so I want to make sure that folks recognize that it takes a good deal of time to actually make that activation a permanent situation. It doesn't necessarily happen overnight, but you have to have in place the rules and regulations, the zoning pieces and so forth that will make it successful. And that's what we're doing at Tysons. I hope it's equally as successful in other areas.
Thank you. And we have a few minutes left. So I'm going to go with County Executive Elrich. I know you wanted me to ask you about affordable housing. You touched on it a little bit in your previous response, but you said repeatedly there's this unmet need in the county, and it seems like everyone is in agreement with that. But this problem is not going away. I'm curious, like, where's your head at right now in how maybe the county, but the region in general needs to be thinking about this problem perhaps differently than it has been?
Yeah, I think, man, no short answer to this one. So look, we've got some real challenges. There's this projection of who is coming to Montgomery County. And I objected to part of the projection just because they ignored our minimum wage. And so they they lowered the incomes of the people they projected to come here, which I thought created an artificial worse crisis than the bad crisis that's already there. But if you say 40,000 households are coming here, they also said 10,000 were market, and 3/4 of them, 75%, were below market. And of the below market would be below $75,000 in income. 2/3 of them, 50% of the total households, would be below 50% of AMI, area median income. You're not going to solve that problem with high rises in Bethesda. And we zoned Bethesda as pretty much exclusively 1- and 2-bedroom apartments or condos. They are absolutely unaffordable. If you're a teacher, if you're a young professional making $80,000 a year, good luck finding an apartment in Bethesda, which you could afford $2,000 for. Good luck finding it. So our zoning and our policies don't match the needs of the people. Bethesda was not zoned to house all the people who live in Montgomery County. It was zoned to serve certain people, and we all know what those people look like. And this policy kind of continues. I think we need to have inclusive plans, not just inclusive zoning, so that your plans actually result in the building of more affordable buildings. If everything is high rise, nothing's affordable. You need to be able to tent down and have 5- and 6-story structures that are built in stick. So whether it's the private sector being able to have more flexibility on the price, or whether it's the government going in and saying, we'll subsidize X number of units, we need to be able to do that. On our part, we are very aggressively making deals with people, but we're not making the deals we used to make. We are asking and getting, which is the nice part, higher levels of affordability. We're beginning to get ownership, and we're going to continue to push in that. And we're actually looking at doing development in our own way, bringing in actual people to build for us, not bringing a developer and say, give us a piece of what you got here, but just saying, do a design, bring in a builder, the builder's in and out, the property goes either to the county to a nonprofit, and we can take some of the people who take a piece out of the middle, figure out how many people we can remove from taking a bite out of the pie, so that there's more left in the pie for people who really need it. So we're looking at all fronts on this. We just passed rent stabilization in Montgomery County. It wasn't an ideal bill, but it was, damn sight better than what it was before, and it will stabilize rents for some people. I still think 6%, let's say inflation plus 3% is absolutely unreasonable. Landlords haven't done that for the last 30 years. I didn't understand why the council insisted on putting that in there. But all that said, the market for a lot of these people will dictate and keep them under the inflation plus 3%. I will say finally that inflation and housing costs affect people differently. If you have enough money that you can choose where you live, then landlords got to be careful what they do with you, because if they push you too high, you can just say, I'm going to take a walk. I'm going to, I'll go to this other building. It's nice. I can get what I want, and I'm not paying so much. Low income people, no such thing. If the landlord raises the rent, it's not like you can say, well, there's lots of affordable housing in Montgomery County. I'm just going to go over there. You're going nowhere. And that's why we've got 50,000 households spending 50 to 60% of their income on housing, and all the other jurisdictions have similar problems. Those people are stuck because they can't walk, because they don't have the money to walk with. So it's complex.
Absolutely, and thank you. Thank you to all our panelists. I have this problem every year where I wish we had another hour to keep going on these topics. All of your responses have been so insightful. So thank you again, Chairman Mendelson, Mr. Hawkins, Supervisor Gross, and County Executive Elrich. It's been a pleasure. I'm Michael Bryce Sadler, again with the Washington Post. Thank you for participating in this panel and watching.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. And I know the conversation we're about to have, everybody's looking forward to it. It has been a robust conversation, great panelists. So thank you all for your participation and support of the DC Chamber. Now I'm going to take a moment to introduce the moderator of the next fireside chat conversation, where we have Council Member Brooke Pinto and Deputy Mayor on Safety, Lindsay Appiah. So thank you for your participation. Roger Mitchell Jr. Was named as the chair of the Department of Pathology at the Howard University College of Medicine on March 1st, 2021. Dr. Mitchell before served as interim deputy mayor for public safety and justice and chief medical examiner for the District of Columbia. In this role he leads a department that is at the forefront of the COVID-19 pandemic response and will also oversee the Department of Pathology, educational research, clinical and administrative activities. During his tenure as DC Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Mitchell gained a strong insight of the social determinants that led to the violence affecting our most vulnerable communities. He also partnered with Howard University Hospital's Level 1 Trauma Center on key initiatives to help reduce violence among at-risk public school students. Dr. Mitchell earned his undergraduate degree from Howard University, his medical degree from the New Jersey Medical School, New York, and he completed his APCP residency at George Washington University. He's board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology by the American Board of Pathology and a fellow with the National Association of Medical Examiners, where he serves as chair of the Strategic Planning Subcommittee and is the immediate past chair of the Deaths in Custody Subcommittee. Additionally, he recently served as the national co-chair for the NMA Working Group on Gun Violence and Police Use of Force. Thank you so much, Dr. Mitchell, for helping us with this conversation this afternoon. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Angela. This is a great opportunity for us to have a conversation. I would ask that our esteemed colleagues that are here for the fireside chat, please include your relevant experience from your bio as you answer the question. We don't have much time for this very important discussion, so we're going to jump really right in to this discussion. And the first question is going to go to Deputy Mayor Appiah. Just recently this week, we know that we crossed the threshold of 200 homicides, and we are seeing an up in those homicides comparatively to other times in the history of this city. Can you tell us from your perspective what's happening now in our city to solve the problem of crime and violence?
Sure. I mean, those numbers are stark, but what I would say is that for us, truly, whether it's 50 or 200, that's too much in our city. And so we always want to start there because we oftentimes talk about this 200 number. It's not a magic mark, it's an awful mark. But I come from a public health background. I have an undergraduate degree in community health from Brown and then a law degree. And what is being or has been done in our city there through under your leadership, even Dr. Mitchell, is a lot of examination and planning in the past around the types of public health and public safety interventions that are needed in a balanced way to keep our city safe. And there is, we've seen success in the past, and certainly the pandemic upended some of that balance. And we have gotten, I'm a very honest person, we've gotten out of balance. So when you ask what has been done to date, much study, much investments in programming and policing and rehabilitation across our system. And so I would say we have a lot of pillars in place, but we have had an imbalance that has led us to some outcomes that are simply unacceptable, the place that we are right now.
So thank you for that. This imbalance that we're talking about, I'm going to pivot to Councilwoman Pinto. Talk to us about your perspective on what's happening now to solve the problem of crime and violence in our city, and you sit in this role in our legislature.
Sure, and thank you so much, Dr. Mitchell, and thank you all for having us today. I think even the importance of the topic of public safety to the chamber is really indicative of how broad these challenges are, and they affect every one of us across the city. And in terms of homicides and gun-related deaths, we see really disproportionate impacts of gun violence across the city. My perspective as the Ward 2 council member, but more relevantly, the chairwoman of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety for the council, is that we cannot operate in silos when it comes to improvements that we need to make. Deputy Mayor Pia and I are working closely together. The mayor and I are on the same page on this. I think there's a lot of consistency across the city that more needs to be done because everyone deserves peace and everyone deserves security in the city. And so a couple of weeks ago, in terms of kind of what we're doing next and what can be done now, I introduced a package of initiatives called Secure DC. And this is some new laws, some oversight and hearing functions. In the council, we have kind of three primary roles that we can help here. One is the legislative environment and making sure that we are passing laws that are supporting public safety. The second is around oversight of our public safety agencies and making sure they both have what they need to succeed and that they're meeting the metrics that they say they're going to. And the third is around budget investments. And so we've tried to think of everything we kind of can within those three buckets around new laws for accountability, making sure the U.S. attorney has what he needs to prosecute our most violent cases, making sure that judges can hold people pre-trial for committing our most violent crimes, making sure people who are on supervised release don't have access to illegal firearms. We see less than 50% of people who are arrested for any charge recidivate or be rearrested, but that number is closer to 68% when we're talking about gun-related charges. And so it's really important that we ensure that people who have committed gun-related offenses don't have access to illegal firearms when they come home. We're also working on preventative measures, setting up new blue lights at our transportation systems, setting up new security patrols for commercial corridors that will be run out of the deputy mayor's office, for new security and lights at our recreation spaces so families can have places to recreate on nights and weekends safely, additional roundtables on organized retail theft, violence interruption, our Office of Unified Communication, and hiring for agencies across our public safety system, including MPD and also the Department of Behavioral Health, Department of Corrections, Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. because it's all part of this broader mission that we all have to fill the gaps that we're seeing in the various roles that we play so that we can continue moving in lockstep to address what I believe is the biggest challenge facing our city right now, which is this violence.
Can I say something, Dr. Mitchell, just about in terms of
absolutely
how I view things? Because I've spoken to the chamber before, and I'll say this, that our city has invested heavily across the board. And that if you're asking me as deputy mayor, one of the things that I talk with my agencies about is a back to the basics moment, that we have to be excellent at the things that we have to be excellent at. And as much as we have to innovate and come up with creative ideas, one of the things that we are really looking at in the district is stripping back a certain extent to what are the fundamentals that really must be working. I understand we need a highly functioning Office of Unified Communications that can respond quickly. That homicide went down. If you were to ask Chief Lanier at a certain point in about 2017, she would say response was quicker by fire EMS. So an assault with dangerous weapon doesn't turn into a homicide, right? Because they're able to get to the hospital quicker. We need a good hospital east of the river, because that's where a lot of our trauma is. There are those things that are longer and bigger issues, but I believe we have all the tools. We have many of the tools. We have too many tools. And so we're too many things. And so we need the 3 pillars, a highly functioning executive agencies. And that includes police, enough police to control the type of homicide that happens in our city, which is often crew-based, which has certain strategies that address it. Addressing some of the lifestyle issues that we are proud to be a reform-minded city and at the forefront of criminal justice reform, and we did many things that other cities talked about, but we also have to be willing to look at, and I've talked, and certainly you've seen policy proposals from the mayor with our package, and you'll see more. And, our true partner in Councilmember Pinto in saying, what are some of them that are leading to, that we're seeing the consequence and outcome now of reforms that maybe we couldn't have known because we didn't have a comparator jurisdiction. We were the leader, right? So it's all coming together at a point where we need to make adjustments. We're investing in making sure we have enough officers. We're investing in looking, we can love violence intervention, but we're not getting the outcomes we need. We're not. So every year we've added more funds. Have we done too much that has pushed us away from models of effective violence intervention where they're competing instead of coordinating? And that's on me to make sure we're not doing that. How are we using technology? We have all these tools. Are we using them to the maximum effect? No, right? So this is kind of an integration of what's been done to this point, because I can add every new program we could in the world, but that's not helping us do what we need to do, which is make our city safer. So what can we strip away so that the fundamental functions of these agencies and all these programs are really working, and looking at data and saying, we may have a sacred cow, programs we love, but right now we have to stop the bleed in our city. And if they're not working, then we need to reinvest, and we need to be honest about that. So that's a lot of what has been going on over the course of the year, and adjustments are being made. You're seeing policy proposals, adjustments in leadership, and whatever we have to do, because we've done this before in the district. We've reduced homicide, we've reduced crime. We saw it for years. We can do it again. And we will do it again.
I appreciate that. And both of you kind of both looked at the present and even provided some casting for the future of what we can expect through legislation, Councilwoman Pinto, that you described, and Deputy Mayor Apaya, this notion of stripping back. We only have a short amount of time even left. We have about 4 minutes. So in the next 4 minutes, I'm going to ask both of you to do a little bit for me, is do again what you've done just in that first question, is what has worked in this city to improve safety. And I won't just say crime and violence, because we know that public safety is more than just policing. It includes a lot more than that. So what has worked from your estimation? What has worked? And then what is clearly what we think the future is? I'm going to come to you, Councilwoman. Again, we have a couple minutes each for you to answer that question before we turn it back over to the chamber.
Sure. And if I can just briefly comment on one thing the Deputy Mayor said, because I think it's really important about this idea of we can't just keep expanding and expanding. That's why it's not a trope when we say it's important to work together, because if we have a legislative body that is passing laws or new requirements without consultation with the implementers of those laws and requirements, we're going to have gaps, and that is not going to lead and it hasn't always led to the most productive, efficient operation when it comes to public safety. And that is something I think people should be rest assured that we do not have all the answers. We cannot solve this alone in government. We need every person part of this with us. But that your government leaders who are focused on the work of public safety every day get that importance of partnership. In terms of what has worked, we think a lot about this in terms of crime reduction in different neighborhoods, and just thinking about the different rates of crime that we see are often in the same neighborhoods that have been traditionally underinvested in. And we wonder why that is. Some of it is over a long period of time. Some of it, I think what's been effective is making sure that neighbors and parents know where their children are. That's something we can't really legislate. The mayor has tried with, the curfew and working to get wraparound services to people. I think that's proven to be effective to make sure that we can connect kids who are out too late to services they need. I think making sure that our school leaders recognize their role in the public safety space. This has been done well at various schools and with school resource officers who can understand the challenges facing young people who may be in crisis and get to them before something happens. I'm going to stop there because I see the time to make sure we have time for Deputy Mayor.
So really specifically for us in this kind of grassrootsy ways, we have, like in my office, really taken the lead in working across cluster. So I use an example, I love this example of our nightlife task force, right? Like that, which has been going for about a year. We saw an uptick of all sorts of type of activity in our H Street, our Golden Triangle, sort of DuPont Circle area in H Street, and knew we don't have enough police resources, but we need to address the host of issues that are going on, and brought together partners from DDOT, DPW, ABCA, Fire EMS, MPD, CSOSA, like federal partners, DYRS, almost anybody in a DC government uniform who generally work at night, but are working together in spaces to do what they do. Enforcement, right? Like traffic control, parking, policing. And we really have seen reductions in those corridors of crime, but also of just the safety and satisfaction of residents as well, which is part of it because we want people to be safe and feel safe. So we're using those models across different spaces. We now have multi-agency public safety task force that goes out and walks with MOKers and businesses and others to really address some of the targeted issues happening in those neighborhoods together. You'll see more of that we've come to the chambers and our business owners. And I use Giant as an example, like having a grocery store right there in Ward 8 Remain is important. And so I see, Ms. Kinlow and Franco, who joined us and a host of agencies to go to say, yes, there's a safety issue, but what are the ways we can support to address the safety issue that go beyond recognizing the importance of the public health aspect of a grocery store? And so there's really a lot of that kind of thinking going on that's a little bit like we all have to work together. And so you'll see more of that. And of course, what Councilmember Pinto said, us working together on the policy side of the house as well, so that we can have efficient, effective policies that allow us to really continue to see, and we are seeing reductions. I want to say that homicide is a difficult and tricky and horrible outcome. But we know that even in just the past couple of months, that the 30-day trends in violent crime, in robbery, in some of our other areas are coming down. And so we want to continue to do the type of work that we've seen of partnering and between policy and executive to see that, while we really work on stopping the bleed when it comes to like heartbreaking amounts of homicide in disproportionate places in our city.
Well, I know that the chamber and its members and the attendees that have watched this portion have so many questions, and I wish we had more time. I do want you to give me 20 seconds apiece on just what our businesses can do to help with this effort. I would like for you to give them a charge. Deputy Mayor, you touched on it with your giant example, almost as if you're reading my mind. So I'm going to pivot to the council member quickly. 20 seconds. What do business owners, what is their role in helping in public safety in the district? And then I'll let the deputy mayor have the last word.
You need to stay open. You need to have folks come in to work. That's very helpful. Does not have to be 5 days a week, but it's helpful to have a couple of days a week. More people in our commercial corridors helps a lot. And I would say again, the Secure DC plan that I proposed has a number of interventions that are going to specifically be important to partner with the business community on. Safe commercial corridors, so that we can have more specific funds given to every commercial corridor, whether that's patrols on the ground, more lighting, whatever you need. And we're going to be having a roundtable soon on organized retail theft. We had come up with a couple policy ideas around changes in the law. We worried those would have some unanticipated consequences and not actually get at the problem. So we figured a better idea to have a roundtable so we can all have this conversation at the same time.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
And I would just say what you continue to do, right? Like showing up with us in spaces. And then also you represent critical aspects of our city. And so we appreciate in the Safer Stronger, in the process of really working through that process of the mayor's legislation, of you all showing up, of you all speaking with your members, of you contacting council members and participating in that process, which is so vital. We need every voice in our city, including yours, to continue to inform the type of policies and programmatic decisions that are being made. So continuing to engage with us, inviting us out to explain what's going on, and being the voices for those you represent in the sectors that you represent back to us of what you need, because it is a partnership.
Well, thank you both so much for taking the time. And I think that we were able to really give a large overview and even give a charge in a short amount of time. I want to give it back to our CEO, Franco, for the rest of the program. Thank you again for allowing me to moderate this fireside chat. Hopefully in the future, we can be around the fire and enjoy each other's company. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. Thank you to everyone that participated. Thank you so much for the robust conversation and great information. It was really, really wonderful to have this great group of panelists. And now I'm gonna ask our chairwoman of the board to join me here just to say thank you. And before I turn it over to her, I want to remind everybody that the annual gala is coming up on November 10th. We're opening our ticket sales right after this event, and I hope to see you all on November 10th. Tanya, to you, and thank you for your support as well. You're on mute, Tanya.
I'm talking and not unmuted after all of these months and months and years. What I was saying when you couldn't hear me was I want to thank Angela and the team at the DC Chamber. I feel like they have done an excellent job in organizing this conference, bringing excellent panelists to talk about all of the very critical issues that are so important both to our business community, but also the rest of our community, having a conversation with each other about these important issues and staying focused on the goal of helping to make the District of Columbia a thriving, financially sustainable, safe community as something that we all have to commit to working together on. It's been an honor for me to hear the robust conversation that we've had, and I look forward to our ongoing commitment to working together, both here in the District of Columbia and in the region, to make sure that we are doing all we can to make the district and the region world-class communities and world-class cities in which we can all thrive. Before I close, I want to take a very brief moment to invite all of you to attend a very important event that's happening in Washington, D.C. this weekend. If you haven't heard about it, please take a few minutes to Google the World Culture Festival that's happening down on the National Mall this weekend, starting tonight, in fact, and going through Sunday. The goal of this World Culture Festival is to heal the fabric of our societies torn apart by polarization. And our city is right now experiencing just real-time polarization and the impact of that polarization with the pending federal government shutdown. This festival is going to include, performances and conversations from all ethnicities, religions, cultures, from ranges of economic diverse background. And hopefully some of your businesses have experienced support from the over 600,000 registered attendees. The festival is going to be all weekend long. So if you haven't seen them yet, hopefully you will see them supporting your businesses and that it will contribute to the economy of the District of Columbia. We are looking forward to it. Invite you all to register to attend if you haven't already done so, and look them up, wcf.invite@us.artofliving.org. I know that's a lot. You've probably seen it on the chamber social media. You can find it everywhere. DC government supporting, DC Chamber supporting. We hope you will support, and we thank you for your ongoing support of the DC Chamber of Commerce and all the events that we have coming as well. So with that, I think we can let you go right on time for the rest of your weekend.